Do I look sleep deprived? Alright, so once again, I'm recording at 3 a.m. As I said, I'm doing this every day, waking up at 3 a.m. to record these live streams. I'm gonna stick to my word. Now I have the camera on here. Mm, What is up to one person who's watching this? Let's make some art, guys. Hello, Percy. What's up? Didn't have the time to draw tomorrow, really. I spent the whole day just fixing my computer because it was running really slow, so I had to restart Windows. Where did my brushes go? What the hell? Hello, phone. Oh, really cool people are connecting this early. Okay, I think I lost my brushes. I can't make any art now. What it looks like. I'm going to reset Photoshop. Give me guys 1 second. Mm, okay, I still don't have my brushes. What is going on? Okay, here they are. I'm using the default brushes, by the way. I think people give too much of a. They care a lot about what brush they use, what brush should they be using, what brush is best. I'm literally using the default Photoshop brush for everything. Both my drawing and painting is made with this default brush. Uh, as always, I'm gonna warm up a little with boxes, I guess. I don't think you guys are used to seeing my face too much. I decided to turn on my webcam because I don't know. I guess it adds points of I don't know. Just makes it more intimate, you know. Actually, I wanted to go shirtless. I may because I have a free reference of a human body 24/7. This Photoshop brush feels super smooth, by the way. I had to reinstall Photoshop, and I actually got the 2026 version now. I was using the 2023, and I don't really give to fucks about like the software. It doesn't matter, but um, I feel it way smoothly for some reason. Yeah, talking about art software softwares and everything, I wanted to actually I was restarting my computer because like on reinstalling Windows because I wanted to I wanted to use this art software called Magma, which is like a shared canvas. So it allows you to draw with more people, but I couldn't because my tablet like it seemed to be giving me some software issues, so just couldn't do it. And I was like, okay, fuck it. It is worth to reinstall the whole thing, and I might as well just clean up my whole computer, and yeah, everything ends up running smoothly. So yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm planning on making like drawings on Magma and everything because drawing with more people is fun. I actually plan doing that Patreon thing as much as I like Photoshop. Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, and good thing I restarted my computer because now the whole stream is running super smooth. It's going swimmingly. Because at first when I started streaming, I thought my computer was too bad, and I just couldn't like the quality was just not working. It was very bad. But it's going good now. It used to be like the quality, like the stream health used to be like good to poor. It used to like be very bad, but now it's like it remains excellent. Mm, did you go to an art school? No, I didn't really go to any art school, or not in a formal way. Like, if we don't count the times I tried going to art school when I was a kid, when I was younger, before taking art seriously, I remember. I don't remember how old I was. I think I was like 11 years old. My my parents got me into like an art school because it was one of those seasons when I said fuck it, I'm gonna try drawing. I'm excited for this, so I would go on YouTube and watch like tutorials on how to draw anime girls. Like that was always my main inspiration for everything. Anime girls was the stuff that was giving me like the that was my drive. That was my motivation. But turns out in art school don't really teach you how to draw anime girls. So I was being blue balled because I was like, Jesus Christ. I was bringing my anime girl drawings to the art school, and they were like, "Yeah, you're gonna learn anatomy." Like not even teaching me anatomy. They were teaching me like the proportions of the human face and everything, all this boring crap, and they weren't really even doing it like properly because they were just uh, they wouldn't even teach me perspective or anything, so it was pointless. And I ended up quitting, and surprisingly, going to take art seriously start of next year. Take it seriously right now, like I am, and start drawing 12 hours a day. Like I'm really seriously hoping people take this live streams as an inspiration for drawing along with me. This is the real accountability for everyone. I'm actually think I'm doing like a favor to the world. Yeah, because look, I'm doing a favor to myself here, or well, you guys are doing me a favor by keeping me accountable, and I'm keeping you guys accountable too. Yeah, it is. always start now, even if it's a little bit, even if it's just drawing 10 minutes, 20 minutes, but at least you're doing something. So yeah, I went to art school when I was a kid, and I didn't really learn anything. They were just teaching you stuff the wrong way. Then I ended up going to when I was 13, like a few years later. I ended up going to another art school, but it was also kind of crappy. Like, yeah, they would teach me. It was very fucking expensive, by the way, for how garbage it was. Like the teacher wasn't bad or anything, but like he was a good artist, I think. That's as far as I remember, but he wasn't very good at teaching. He was like, "Oh yeah, just copy these landscapes from the internet, and I'll tell you how to copy the landscapes properly." But you're not really know what you're doing. You're just telling you what the guy says, tells you to do. I can't right now. My desk is too high. I don't know if you're joking or not. I don't know if you're being serious. Bro, you can literally draw in your mind if you want. If you are serious enough, like that, there's literally no excuse. There's never a valid excuse to not work towards your goals. Sleep deprive yourself like I am, like I did, like I'm doing. Mm. I don't know what I'm drawing here. I don't think it like Jesus just drawing a bunch of cues is a god tier exercise. It's the only thing you need to do to be able to do. Good thing I didn't go to art school. Yeah, to be fair, I think art schools are a bit of a scam, honestly, because if especially if they're teaching it to kids, it's like their expectations are not very high either. I think the best way of like I'm not saying you don't receive art classes or art coaching from anyone. You can receive art coaching from me if you want, or from any artist you like seriously. But it's like, okay, I know what this guy art is like. I know this guy like more personal in a more personal level. You know, like, I do know your name and I do know some personal stuff about you, so I can relate to you. I'm gonna be better off buying your coaching or your teaching. Wouldn't a, a Taylor school be better? I don't know what that is. I don't know. I didn't even go to school. I'm a high school dropout, bro. I can tell you. Oh, we're at 9 people already. Nice. I remember yesterday, like the first live stream was the first like half of the stream. I was at 3 people, so nice. Yeah, just by you can actually teach yourself. Well, you can't really teach yourself. You absorb information. That is a little bit tricky, right? Because you can teach yourself, but you have to know how to do it. So you're always going to end up learning from other people. But yeah, I prefer that you take like a mentorship than go to an art school. In the end, it's even going to be like cheaper, especially if you want to take your art seriously, and it's not like mental masturbation. You're not like, oh yeah, I wanna do something. That's my New Year's resolution. Like the people who buy like a gym membership but they don't end up going. Mm, are you using an XP Pen tablet? I'm using a Huion tablet. I don't think they're the best, or well, to be fair, I have a very cheap one, but Jesus Christ, my neighbors won't shut up. Like before going to bed, I was worried that because it was Sunday, that they were going to stay up all night and keep playing the horrible music. There's always that bunch of degenerates outside who stayed up late all day, all night, just drinking alcohol. I have the one I'm using right now is not a screen tablet. It's a normal desktop tablet. But I wouldn't mind having a screen tablet though. Like I already have an iPad and I use it. Mm, I wouldn't say sometimes because it's like I switch in between using my desktop tablet and my iPad. So sometimes I hate using my iPad and I would use my desktop and vice versa for like a season. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But yeah, I would like to upgrade eventually to like a better tablet. Maybe like a Wacom. But if I'm being honest, I don't think anything really matters in drawing. I don't think the tablet you're using matters too much. I don't think your lines matter. I actually don't agree with most of the drawing advice people give. I think it's BS. I think people don't know what they're talking about and they have to make shit up. Mm, one of the members in the server, is insane. He's great with just touching. Yeah, the idea is that you should be able to draw in your mind. Drawing should be something mostly mental. So, and it should be something about being able to just create. As long as you're able to create shapes, as long as you feel comfortable at least creating 3D shapes, then nothing else should really matter. Not even things like not even things like your lines, not even things like I used to think that drawing from my with my entire arm instead of my wrist. You've heard this 100 times. People tell you draw with your whole arm so you can do more confident lines. I don't think that really matters as much as people think. I used to really kind of worry about this because I have a very tiny tablet, like a very small tablet, so it's really hard for me to draw with my whole arm or with my shoulder. And I also get tired. I end up forgetting it. It's just way more uncomfortable as a whole. So I developed that habit. But you know what? I don't think it really matters because I'm still able to create 3D shapes. I don't have to. I don't need to have really line confidence. I don't need to have line confidence. I already have line confidence, but I don't need to, make this. People tell you that you need to make these energetic lines, so to speak, and you don't really need to do that. Jesus, these people outside won't shut up. There's like a place outside where people sit at night and smoke weed and drink alcohol. These people are the worst. I can hear every conversation that they're having. I can't even understand that you're just like screaming. Like players on high sensitivity or low sensitivity. I wouldn't say I wouldn't really say that is much of a preference, but it's not as relevant. It's just not as important. Mm. Yeah, I used to think lines, like your line quality and everything, was really important. I used to think that you needed to have a very clean, or that not a clean line work. I mean that you had to have a very well, yeah, that your lines had to be always super clean, straight, and perfect. But it's really not. Like I started to see people drawing in a very sloppy way without even erasing their lines, and I was like, "Whoa!" I have been control seeing all this time. I have been focusing so much on trying to make my lines look perfect, and this guy is just raw dogging it. This guy is just going for it without overthinking, and start to realize that's actually the healthy thing to do. That's actually the healthy way to approach drawing because your lines are not really the focus. They should not be the focus of the drawing. Hello, Swert. What's up? I hate my fucking neighbor so bad. I really hope you can't hear them. Hmm. Yeah, the people who draw without making sketch or anything, they just straight up materialize stuff. That is a healthy way of approaching drawing. Mm. God, I don't like any of this. I've been drawing for like 4 years. Like I started drawing seriously like 4 years ago when I first bought this tablet. But I started to learn how to draw properly like a year ago. Oh, this sucks. I think I'm gonna start to draw some actual anatomy. Hmm. I wonder if I should study faces, like facial features and everything. I've been neglecting that a lot. Let me try to find. I go to this website called sketchdaily.net, and it has a lot of things. It has a lot of pictures of like specific things you're looking for, like to study anatomy, for example, like faces, arms, feet, naked people. Studying naked people is important, but I've always have had this issue where whenever I trying to find reference for anatomy, Jesus Christ, I end up so hard not to stumble upon like not safe for work, like actual like softcore porn. It's hard to cross that line. Well, it's not hard to cross that line. It's actually really easy. So it's like finding this websites. Did you use the tablet for anything other than drawing? No, I. That's funny. When I bought my tablet, I didn't even know how a tablet worked. I barely know I barely knew at the time by intuition that this type of tablets existed. And I thought, okay, because I kind of hated drawing on paper at the time, I said, fuck it, I'm gonna buy one. I didn't even know like how they worked or anything. I just thought you just plug them to your computer and then you started drawing on Photoshop, and that is exactly what they how they work. Oh, Jesus. gonna try to practice my facial features and stylization skills. It's also really important. So in the end, that's part of learning anatomy too. What's your motivation for art? Well, at this point, it's just I think my motivation is intrinsic. At this point, just knowing and being fully aware of the potential that I have is enough motivation for me. Being aware of the potential and like how knowing how good you can get, knowing what's humanly possible, that is for me enough motivation. Jesus, I don't know how to draw a head. This little pork pie head. Yeah, it's like when you're going to the gym, when you've been going to the gym for a few years, and now your motivation is, just carrying on. I already know what my potential is. Like I know how strong I can get. The only thing I have to to do now is to wait. I already fucked up. Jesus, great. I love seeing the art you post on Instagram. Thank you. I'm still thinking how I'm going to like post the drawings in there. I don't know. I don't think drawings themselves are as exciting to people. Like if you see like like a side by side drawing with a painting, the painting is always going to be more like whoa. It's going to give you that whoa effect. I don't know. I'm guess I'm just being like insecure. I need to start posting my drawings in there too. This is so bad. Haven't warmed up in so long. Okay. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to actually take some time to visualize what I want to do. If you don't do that, you're not gonna have a clear vision of your drawing. Hmm. Yeah, just visualize what you're gonna draw before you do it. Even if it's ugly, even if it's not very exciting, even if it's like a relative simple thing that you're going to draw in a very simple perspective, still create a mental image of it. It's going to be very helpful and it's also going to build a habit. I don't know if you've been on YouTube. On YouTube for started YouTube early this year. Haven't been here for too long. But I don't think I'm gonna leave anytime soon. Mm, all right, let's see. Should I give this guy like a gun or something? I'm gonna draw this guy with a gun. Whoops. Ah, Jesus. I need to practice drawing more guns. I need to draw guns more often. And I need to look at the guns more often too. Because I stopped doing it and guess what happened? Okay, so is the stock of the AK-47 like this? Is it like this or like this? Yeah, is it like this, right? Yeah, it's a little bit inclined to the bottom. God, my neighbors won't shut up. You can tell what time of the year it is by how obnoxious they are. What's up, guys? What's up, Azure? Honestly, I don't even know what I'm drawing. A guy with a gun. Just practicing more anatomy and more boxes. Yeah, I might do some like reference studies. I mean, using reference is necessary in the end, and personally, the way that I use reference is also very nice. So anytime, even if I'm studying from reference, what I do is I will never really copy directly from the reference, but I will. Let's say I'm looking at a certain pose. I'm gonna draw that pose from a different angle, from a different perspective. That's always really fun. Do you feel more in solitude than loneliness when practicing art? I don't think I know it. I don't think I understand the question. Like, I don't feel. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel lonely. I know what I'm doing, anyways. Is like the grind I'm doing is it's a somewhat like lonely journey because, of course, I'm no normal person is going to be grinding this hard. So I'm naturally spending a lot of time alone. But at the same time, I have you guys to keep me mentally sane. So I guess it's not that bad. Could be worse. Mm, yeah, but sometimes it feels a little lonely, like just drawing alone in my room for hours and hours. That's why it feels kind of isolating more than being lonely. It's like Jesus, I can't. Uh, I'm really not taking care of my social skills or going outside and doing stuff. So what I do is, of course, I have a designated time after this for socializing, for exercise, and actually doing healthy stuff. And I'm not saying this is healthy, but of course, there's more to life than this. You actually gotta socialize, interact with other human beings, and go outside. When drawing with viewer stream, um, I plan on make drawing on Magma for like the doing like a shared canvas for the for my patrons for my patrons. So it's like you if you are getting coached by me, what I'm going to help you with is or what you're paying for is not only the actual teaching and the actual boring stuff that is going to make you good at drawing, but it's also the accountability and is a way of saying, yeah, okay, I'm actually investing into this shit. I'm actually going all in. So I'm trusting you to keeping me accountable. I think that's more important than anything. And I've seen people saying, oh, drawing a lot is not going to make you improve. You don't have to draw a lot. Yeah, drawing a lot is actually going to make you improve 100%. The people who tell you that you don't have to draw a lot in order to get good at drawing is just they're just lazy. They just don't want it bad enough. You're not going to see one amazing artist who will tell you, "Oh yeah, draw 15 minutes a day." Of course, like if you're already at rock bottom and you're trying to develop the habit, yeah, you don't have to draw a lot to at least do some progress. But if you want to achieve excellence and you want to be great, achieve your full potential, you got to treat this like your full-time job. Because all the people who are at the top, all the people who are like amazing artists and everything, they are drawing or they drew for most of the day. They're not goofing around. And you know the thing with those people is that the great people, the great artists you look up to, they're usually mentally insane, really. They usually have a lot of bullshit going on in their lives and they're trying to escape it by like this is their escape. They're trying to escape all the bullshit that's going on with by drawing all day or doing other stuff like playing music. All the great people are a little mentally insane, and this is what led to that excellence in the end. That's the secret. Tú utilizas reference. Assuming you were asking me if I use reference. I'm not. At least not right now. I'm not using reference. And we hope you don't get insane as well. Bro, I'm a little mentally insane now. I'm more insane than the average person just by the nature of things. I've had a weird life, so like when I say I have a weird life, I mean I've had a non-conventional life, and I wasted a lot of I wasted most of my life basically doing stupid shit like wasting my life on video games. I literally spent my all my teenage years and my childhood playing video games. So I know what it is to have free time and not use it correctly. And then it's like you have this realization, whoa, okay, I actually wasted my life. I start to see it's like a progressive transition. You start to understand, okay, I actually want to get good at this. Like I was drawing along with playing video games and wasting my entire life. And I was like, yeah, okay, I could achieve. I could get to a good point on this. I could actually be great, but as long as I'm also doing these bad habits, as long as I'm scrolling, as long as I'm playing video games and not taking care of my health, I'm not going to get to the point that I want. So I have to make a decision. I have to sacrifice. So that's basically it. You have to sacrifice something. We have our little gangster here. Is he small or is his gun that big? Hmm. Sideways gripping the AK. Yeah, surprisingly, he's not holding it with only one hand. So yeah, how good you become, it depends on how much you are willing to sacrifice. Are you willing to sacrifice eating junk food so your brain works better when it comes to when you're drawing? Your brain is able to work faster and come up with better ideas or be better at visualizing whatever it is. Are you willing to sacrifice eating junk food? Because I am. Are you willing to sacrifice social media, video games? Or are you gonna make any excuse like, oh no, the social media gives me inspiration? Yeah, sure thing, buddy. What pose? What pose? What is going on? I don't know if the knob of the pen is kind of not working, but something here throwing me off. This is why I hate making changes to my computer and everything, because if something starts working slightly differently and starts kind of throwing off my workflow. It's not something I'm very excited about. I shouldn't be struggling with poses too much because the issue now is that okay, you can draw any pose, but can you visualize the pose? I just think it's kind of silly to say okay, I'm gonna look up some poses because you already know a lot of poses. You already know you've already seen a lot of poses and a lot of you have mental images of how things work, especially like scenarios where you've been, maybe even the very same day, where it's like you can just try to recall an image of a scenario you've been earlier that day, for example. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit more warmed up. I'm drawing super slow. I don't know why. I thought I wasn't gonna. I thought it wasn't gonna be this bad. But I am going to practice some anatomy. I don't know if I can show you that because show you the references. I mean, I think YouTube allows it, but I don't want to risk it anyways to share photos of naked people. Okay, I'm gonna look at a certain post from a reference, and I'm gonna try to replicate that from memory. I think I'm a little. I think I'm just a little bit tense. I love the gun. Thanks. Jesus, yeah, I'm feeling the sensitivity a little weird. I don't know if I can change that. I'm feeling the pen super sensitive. That's making me my brushstrokes a little bit more tense, I think. I completely butchered the anatomy of this. It's not that terrible. I mean, it's from memory. So supposed to stretch. Yeah, so you always break things down. Yeah, you're like the general thing is to break things down into like, okay, you got the pelvis, that is one shape, then you got the core, that is one small cylinder, and then the rib cage. Do you have a girl? Yes, I have a girl. Actually, let me show it to you. This is my girl. This is what. Mm, ooh, come on, please hurry up. Hurry up. Ah, come on. Yeah, this is my girl here. And that's the next thing I'm gonna be drawing today. I'm gonna be drawing cats, by the way. I hate drawing cats. I don't find it particularly easy. And since they have a lot of fur, they cover a lot of like the anatomical details that are going on there. But it only takes knowing the anatomy of, let's say, a cat to understand the anatomy of other animals automatically. And even when you understand the human anatomy, it's a little bit like the anatomy of a cat, but just slightly different. I started rambling about this. Should be able to see the hamstring, kind of like the separation of the hamstring here. What's going on? Trying to use the mixer tool, but it's not working. The mixer brush here. That's weird. Oh my god, there's a loud truck. Hopefully you can't hear it. I'm gonna give this girl a backpack. I'm always wearing a backpack for some reason. Wait, how do you draw a backpack from this angle? It's like you will always see me wearing a backpack. There, I carry my iPad whenever I want to draw outside, or whenever I go outside and I want to draw. I just have my iPad there and some like a sketchbook. Gonna make the gonna give this body a bit more of an hourglass shape, like just making this part a little narrower. Because of course the cylinder is just like the general cylinder, right? But when you draw it like this, it's like yeah, it's a cylinder. But depending on the body type, you want to make it a little wider or a little narrower, giving a little bit of form. Have you tried Magma on your iPad? Yes, I have. I have because I didn't work in my computer. Now I just fixed it. For some reason, it only works on Microsoft Edge. I tried every other random browser, but it only works on Edge for some reason. With my computer. I think it's a software thing with my tablet. But yeah, I tried it on iPad and it's fairly optimized for it. I personally don't like it so much. I don't know. I just feel like it's way smoother when I'm drawing here on my tablet. But for iPad, I use Procreate. I like the brushes that you get in there, and it works very smoothly. I don't know. It feels a little weird on Mac and on iPad, but it's not bad. Oh, I hate that I'm drawing super slow. I didn't mean to do that. For some reason, my yeah, it's definitely the noise canceling. Is it too annoying though? Like I spent the night kind of setting that up because it was I had to increase it a little bit because the neighbors were playing music too high and there's always like cars and loud motorcycles passing by, so you don't have to hear that. Maybe if I get a little closer, it gets better, right? Maybe if I do this. Ah, all right. Yeah, yeah. I was just hoping it was not super annoying. Hello, Kathleen. Welcome. You know, for some reason, my visualization skills are way better at night. Before, like when I'm drifting off to sleep, I just have like a better or a clearer image of what I'm visualizing. Just last night, I was having trouble going to sleep because I was like, "Oh Jesus, I'm so good at visualizing right now." So I was drawing in my mind. It's like I had to stop though because I was like, Jesus, you're already going to draw for like 12 hours tomorrow. Stop it. I'm trying to come up with new ideas and like figuring out way methods for visualizing better. Like I don't know, just mental notes that I like to repeat myself. Some things like, yeah, okay. What if you draw like you are drifting off to sleep, or visualize like you're about to go to sleep, and it takes a lot of the pressure away, I guess. A motivation to draw or animate come to me at night before I go to sleep. Yeah. Oh my god, these people would shut up. Jesus Christ, it's 4 a.m. It's a Monday. It's a fucking Monday. Jesus Christ. People, I swear, people here will find any excuse to lazy out and be like degenerates. Or to make noise and to like light some fireworks. I don't understand that. It's not even like the actual holidays and they're already doing the firework thing. I know someone who uses performance enhancing drugs when drawing. I mean, creatine using creatine should help. You know, creatine it's really good for the brain. Actually, I stopped taking it, but well, I have been planning on taking creatine because it's like a natural thing, and it's like a supplement that enhances like your brain something. I don't remember, but it's really good. Or coffee. Jesus, I should make a coffee or something. Not a fan of coffee, really. I don't really drink coffee, but for such an occasion, might as well just become a coffee addict. Okay, I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna draw legs from the pelvis down like this. But I want to visualize the pose first because I never know what to do with the legs when I draw them. So I'm going to visualize the pose first. What do I want the legs to be like? And it's like you may think that you have bad visualization skills or something, but in reality, the well, you have the same brain as everyone else's, and everyone we all have like the same capacity to visualize things. Well, probably not, right? But we, in the way that we have the same potential, we have the same. Well, that is something that at least I believe you can train. You can train to visualize things in a more clearer way. If it is humanly possible, it is also attainable by you. So I don't get discouraged on practicing even what seems impossible. The things that we may think are too complicated or are not super tangible, I guess. Yeah, we can literally do anything. I think we only need like two things to be able to do anything, even like the stuff that seems straight up impossible. We need to be crazy enough to dedicate, like, in short, we just need to want that thing bad enough. That is always what I think, or what I think in my mind when I see someone who is just very good at something and someone who's not. What do you think is like the constraint for the person who's not so good at something? Not their genetics, not their, I don't know, their intellect, but it's just that the person who, to be fair, you can have a genuine handicap like being a little bit of a retard or something, but you can make up for any sort of handicap or any sort of, like, if you lack something, you make up with hard work. Yeah, you just gotta look. I'm not special. I'm not special. I don't have a gifted mind or anything. If I showed you my old drawings, like they're fucking garbage. I'll do that eventually, but you may not be ready for that. And I know in my mind that I'm gonna be like amazing. And I'm not saying this out of arrogance or anything, but my standards are so high, and it's not even, again, it's not even because of my mind or that I'm gifted or anything. It's because of my beliefs. It's because I have the beliefs that getting to the point that I want is not hard and that I'm gonna be there. It Regardless of, whether you have like proof or not, it is just about your beliefs in short. If you don't think it's possible, or if you're not exposed to like crazy stuff, or you just don't know your potential, then you're not gonna be able to achieve it. Yeah, it's also the distractions. You don't want it bad enough if you are wasting your time scrolling on social media or doing some random shit. It's like you can't complain that you're bad at something and that you're not improving if you're not giving the best of you. It's literally it. If you give the your full potential, you're gonna improve no matter what. Again, and that's the whole purpose of this. I want to have, I want to have the this to back up my. I want to have like quantifiable uh, proof that I'm putting in the work. Yeah, but that's also an issue that comes with like social media and everything. People rely too much on instant gratification, and when I tell them, "Oh yeah," if I tell you, "Oh yeah, 50 years from now you will be an amazing artist. You will be probably one of the top artists." They will go like, "What? 50 years? Not 50 minutes? What do you mean? What do you mean I can't learn something and master a skill in a week or something?" Because people get very frustrated when they don't. They always look for the quick solution. People crave the easy things, the fast solution. That's why this type of YouTube videos. That's why I hate art tutorials though, and a lot of these tutorials in general. I feel like they're really just terrible because they are made for this type of people who want a quick solution for these complex problems. But of course, you're not getting any value out of that because it's not possible. Yeah. Yeah, and that takes time. That's actually what takes time. The hard thing is not drawing, but is concentrating the whole. So this is how I look at it. The hard thing is not improving a drawing, like improving at the fundamentals, perspective, anatomy, whatever. That's very easy. But the hard part is to actually concentrate all of your energy and all of your attention into doing that. And can we all agree that it is possible to focus all of your attention in one thing, like I'm doing here right now? And if it is possible, it is possible. Like you can do it, no matter what excuse, what bullshit excuse you have in your mind, you can do it too. Now, what is stopping you from doing that? It's not your genetics. Like we can all do the same work for the same amount of time. There's no genetic limitation for you to not be waking up early and doing what you know you have to do. Mm. No, I personally think we should blame we should take the like blame these companies and these evil platforms and everything, because it is just fucking sad. It is depressing that everything is made to everything is made to challenge us, which in some way I think is also good. That is the other side of the coin, so to speak. That all right, we have all of these distractions, right? I have the same limitations as every single one of you do. The exact same. I have the same temptations. I have the same tendencies, right? I also have a phone. I also have access to Instagram Reels, and I can waste hours and hours a day on doing this. And that is a good thing, that we all are prone to these addictions, and that is something beautiful because it separates the people who are really willing to sacrifice that for their goals. So yeah, again, we can blame these companies and we can blame the universe for letting this happen, for making junk food exist, for making social media and video games exist, Netflix. But in the end, that is just a test. That is the universe testing us to see if we're serious in life. To see, okay, are you serious in life? Are you really willing to do this? Or are you just messing around? And it's gonna put you to the test. It's gonna test you to the absolute limit. It's not going to be easy, but when you surpass that barrier, a lot of things will unlock for you. Nice paintings, by the way. Thank you. Honestly, I haven't done a lot of painting in a while. Well, yesterday, not yesterday, the day before, I made one on stream, but I have been more focused on drawing. Oh my god, I'm not drawing super good. I made this leg huge, super big. I have to make the other one huge as well. Oh, this is so terrible. I mean, it can be this thick, but Jesus, this is not very well proportionate. So you practicing shapes? 12 hours a day is insane. Yeah, it is better than playing 12 hours a day. You know, I'm not. I don't have a job. This is my job basically, and I want to make a good living out of this. So I might as well work as if this was like a full time job because this is my mindset, right? You can either agree or disagree with me, whatever. But if people are already working a shitty job that they don't like for, from like 60 hours a week, why can't I work as hard as those people towards my goals in something I actually enjoy? Because the people who say that this is not healthy, it's the same fucking people who spend hours and hours that who have a 6 hour screen time. So that type of people can't be like those opinions can't be heard. Yeah, and it's not only productive, but it's also really fun. I'm always having fun when I'm doing this. If you see me squinting my eyes too much, is because this light that I have this light panel, whatever thing, and it is flash banging me. I personally struggle with social media a lot. Well, I used to, and with video games, not so much with video games lately, but when I was like a few years ago, I really used to. I eventually even bought my dream computer. You know what I said? I said, "Fuck it, I have my dream computer." I literally just bought my dream computer, and I decided that I was gonna give it away to my brother because I couldn't. I wanted to focus towards my goals. I didn't want to have another distraction. what I did. And now I have a crappy computer that I bought. It's not that terrible. Like it's good enough for me to do what I need to. But I'm very grateful for this computer. And I'm also, what was I gonna say? Social media. I hope you guys are drawing along though, drawing alongside me. Make this your new tradition. Yeah. Let me tell you what I did with social media. I think social media is just inherently addictive. I was really addicted to Instagram Reels. So what I did was, first off, I uninstalled Instagram, but since I ended up just reinstalling it over and over again, what I ended up doing was um, resetting my Instagram recommendations. So I reset my Instagram feed basically. So now when I go into like the Reels section, all the Reels that I'm showed are just boring as shit, and I don't want to consume them. I don't crave watching Reels anymore because they're not as entertaining. They're not as fun. So it's just adding friction to these habits. With shorts, I did the same thing. I personally don't like YouTube shorts. I think they're absolute brain rot. But I ended up disabling recommendations. So the creation of shorts is like the worst. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like I don't even sometimes like every now and then when I'm looking for something, like say I'm looking for a tutorial on YouTube and I stumble upon like a short and I end up scrolling by accident and I YouTube shows me this fucking Indian like brain rot videos like moment before cooked, type of shit videos. And it's actually so ridiculous. It's actually funny because of how brain rotting it is. Jesus Christ, it's like uh, no, nothing is real in there. Everyone is just a fucking internet bot or a 5-year old, and I'm like, whatever. Like it's not even worth my time. It's not even worth the juice is not worth the squeeze in this case. But I ended up still disabling the recommendations on my YouTube channel, so on my like YouTube account. So I no longer have YouTube showing me shorts or anything. And it's really depressing though when you see when you have this mentality of, okay, I'm growing, I'm working towards my goals, I'm stopping these habits, and you see the people around you being happy, like being not only doing these bad habits but also being complacent and not really giving a shit. They're just like, yeah, yeah. I also have I have a YouTube extension that is called Unhook, and this app also this extension also blocks the reels. Like the goal is to continue adding friction progressively to the bad habits, so you stop craving them as much. You think, nah, it's not worth it. It's not worth going through all of this filter. Like I actually downloaded a program in my Windows computer that is called Cold Turkey. Cold Turkey. It is also like a blocker. It's called Cold Turkey Blocker, and it's just it blocks things. It blocks websites and everything, things that you don't want to have in your on the internet. Yeah, I mean that's easier said than done because it's like the the study they did with the rats with the lever, that is just craving dopamine. That is what is being done to us, pretty much. Who even remembers anything they've watched from short form content? To be honest, I do. To be honest, I do. I do remember. Like my brain has gotten so healthy to the point that I can remember what I've actually seen. But when you start to mindlessly, like, actually, I'm gonna make a confession. Last night, when I was having a shit, I I was scrolling a little bit on my iPad because I had downloaded Instagram on my iPad because I wanted to change something that I could only change in the mobile app, and I ended up scrolling, and I didn't have I was in my alt account, so I was in like my personal account, so I couldn't I didn't have the recommendations disabled, so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna scroll for a while, like it's like I'm just gonna take I'm just gonna smoke a joint. It is insane how addictive that is. Yeah, yeah, that's true. It is a waste of time regardless, and it makes me really fucking sad. It feels dystopian when I see the comment section of like Instagram reels. You know how ridiculous, like, brain rotted people are just commenting the same shit over and over again. Mm. I think I made this leg too long. I'm actually having sometimes I find myself not even being able to recognize AI anymore. It's like I'm watching a video and I'm like, why are people saying this is AI? This looks like a normal video. The world is already turning into Jesus Christ. It's gone to shit now. Mm. This is completely ass. Yep. I don't know what what I was trying to do here, but oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna be completely open about my struggles because for learning anatomy, you have to be honest with yourself. I kind of suck at connecting the torso with the well, probably not the torso with the core, with the abdomen. Let me try to analyze this. I use, for getting correct proportions is about using certain key points as references. Like you got the pelvic area, and then after the pelvic area is like a certain like a relative short amount of space in between the belly button and the rib cage, like the hole on the rib cage thing. Like I don't know what it's called, but the kind of the end of the rib cage, and from that point you can kind of guess the form of the rest of the torso. I don't know what point I was trying to make here. Like I'm just thinking about my weaknesses so I can actually analyze them and work on them. What things do I struggle with? I think the struggle my main struggle is to successfully connect the boobs with the torso. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Yeah, after you know perspective, and you start to observe the anatomy and how things work, it's almost like a checklist. That's how I see it. It's almost like you start taking mental notes like, okay, I know how the collarbone connects with the traps and with the shoulder, but I'm not sure how the shoulder connects with the back muscles. So I'm going to study that. I'm going to look at references, or yeah, or a human body in this specific perspective, so I know how the muscles behave from this angle, and I know how they stretch and how they move when you raise an arm, for example, because you will start to pick up on these things. You will know, okay, I know how to do this thing, but I don't know how to do this other thing. And it's just identifying how many of these things you don't know how to do, so then you can tackle that. Hello, Vladimir. So, taking some time to process what things you're not completely confident about is worth your time here. Okay, the pen pressure is kind of weird. I don't know if you can change this in Photoshop, adjust it in some way. General. I'm not sure. I guess I'm going to adjust the pressure a little bit, make it a little harder. Mm, who are the art content creators that you like? I actually started watching Cynics. He was my first introduction to digital painting. I'm pretty sad he doesn't like post as much or anything, but nowadays, but yeah, I'm grateful for that guy. Hmm. And I remember like when I was starting to draw and everything, I was trying to I was looking at his drawings and I said, "Holy shit, this guy is amazing. This guy's peak, like brain rotted individuals say." And I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna try to replicate this type of art style, this type of drawing." And then I was like, "Okay, what if there's more?" Like copying someone can only get you so far. That's the thing. But then you start to realize, okay, you get to steal like an artist. Think to yourself, okay, if this guy is very good and you you want to draw like him, don't directly try to copy him or draw like him, but focus on his inspirations instead. So, for example, he was very inspired by Kim Jong-gi. which I ended up finding later, and I was like, okay, this guy is on a complete different league. And since then, I have been trying to find an artist that is on his level. But honestly, I was not able, and to this day I'm not able to find, which is fucking crazy if you really think about it. To this day, I'm not able to find an artist as good as Kim Jong Il, for example. He's like the quintessence of drawing. Like I just can't help it. I just can't help it. And even though he's very like shit, he was very shit at explaining things. You can always take stuff out of, yeah, observing how he does things, for example, which in the end it comes down to observing the world. So I guess the in the end, what you should be focusing on is more observing the world and understanding things, like not only breaking them down but truly understanding the things that you're doing. So you're not just mindlessly copying something, but you are integrating them. You're like downloading it into your brain, and you keep on downloading information over and over and over again until you get to that point. And to be honest, to answer your question, I don't really follow any artist. Well, I do follow a bunch of painters, mostly digital and traditional painters. Like if you go onto like my Instagram and the people I follow, they're all painters. Every now and then, like I follow a guy who does some drawings and perspective, maybe. But I can't be surprised anymore. And that's the thing, when you set your standards so high, and when you start to the moment you start to look at the best artists in the world, and you see his drawings, and you say to yourself, I can achieve this. This is not hard. I know how to, like, I know it's not impossible. It is humanly possible. Somebody has done it. Why not me? And even if I'm not as good as Kim Jong Un in this lifetime, for example, there's nothing stopping me from working as hard as he did. Yeah, I don't know what artist right now. I wouldn't say I have like a favorite artist aside from him. Really. And I don't watch YouTube anymore, especially like I don't watch YouTube tutorials or art videos anymore because everything, like all of the art content on YouTube has been so bastardized. It is actually ridiculous. People prefer watching a hyper edited 10-minute video than, watching 4 hours of like video classes from Kim Jong Il explaining things because they want the easy solution. They don't want to hear, oh yeah, you just gotta memorize things and understand how every single object in existence works. Memorize every object, and wait 50 years until you can draw anything from memory. It is possible, but you're not gonna do it because it is too hard. Yeah, pretty much. I feel like the current state of art YouTube, like YouTube artists and tutorials and educational art videos, has been bastardized and is now. Oh, this is way better. You know, it like the information is not good at all either. They don't mostly, they don't know what they're doing. Don't know what they're talking about. So the information they give is very vague or very abstract. Because also most people don't know how to teach stuff. Even if you are a good artist, that doesn't mean you know how to teach. That doesn't make you a good teacher. But yeah, I've seen people. The last art video that I watched that is about drawing from a random art YouTuber, it was focusing on like your brain and the way the your brain learns things, and how to study like this, or like using fancy terms like, oh, your neuronal connections and doing this and whatever your brain functions when you do this thing. People use very when I don't know how to explain it, right? I'm kind of stupid right now. But when people use very vague terminology, when people think of art and drawing as something very abstract that can't be quantified, that's where you start to confuse people. That's where people get stressed. So, I try whenever I'm talking about art, whenever I'm teaching art, to have a straightforward protocol so people don't get confused and they actually know what they're doing and they can level up on that, right? So it's me telling you, yeah, you really only need to practice perspective and then memorize what things look like, and that's it. You don't have to do much more than or learn any other random fundamental after that. It's not that deep. But people make clickbait videos like how to magically improve at art so fast that it feels illegal instantly with this secret hidden technique that nobody knows, that I got from like the Buddhist monk somewhere in like whatever. And I'm kind of guilty of this. Like, I'm criticizing this, and I've done this in the past because I'm still learning. Holy shit, I'm trying to better my content, but I still hate people who do that type of videos. They're not useful. Yeah, it just sucks, bro. Hmm. I want to go to like Sketchfab. No, Sketchfab. I'm using a bunch of post my art. Let me actually share you the screen just so you can see it. When I tried sharing this website on the last live stream, the whole thing just started to like the quality of the live stream started to go down. So hopefully this doesn't like ruin anything. I think you can see it now. No, Photoshop, Brave. Sharing this. Why is it not sharing? I don't think you can see it. No, what's wrong? I want to show you a website that I use for studying anatomy. It's really cool. Okay, so I think you can see it here. You can see my face. It's called Pose My Art. And this website, also quality here. Yeah. We're drawing anatomy, bro. We're practicing anatomy here. So stick around if you wanna see some stuff. What I like about this website is that you have, you know, you get to see drawing from memory and memorizing things, specifically memorizing things. And learning anatomy is just memorizing the muscles and memorizing the connections. And learning anatomy is not only learning anatomy of a person, it's learning the anatomy of these headphones that I'm using, or this mouse, or a car engine, a motor engine, a fan, whatever, right? Those things have their own unique anatomy. So it's just a matter of memorizing the anatomy of each thing. And memorizing the anatomy of each object is almost like playing a video game where you are continually overloading things. Use whatever analogy works best for you. See it as like a video game or like the gym where, okay, imagine you started to study the human body. And let's do like the gym anatomy, right? Imagine this is a weight that is too heavy for you to lift. If you try to lift this weight, which is the equivalent of trying to draw this body from imagination, you're not going to be able to do it, right? But if you start with a simple body like this would be the equivalent of lifting the empty barbell, which you should be able to do once you know perspective. That's the prerequisite. Now you know how to like the empty barbell. Okay, you master this. You're already so good at this. You can draw this in any angle, right? Like the like this. This is basically me just drawing this guy. Um, wait, I'm not showing my Photoshop thing. Yeah, it's basically this, the mannequin, and all of the stuff that we did yesterday, for example. That we get a bunch of mannequins here. You should be able to draw this in any angle, like this a human body structure from any angle. And once you're able to do that, once you're able to lift the empty barbell, then you should be able to level it up a little bit. So then you start to turn it into a more organic looking form here. You start to turn this into more organic shapes, carve it a little bit, and make the anatomy a little bit more complex. And from this point, okay, now I know how to draw this and kind of combine it with this, if you want. Now you can draw. Now you can move. Now you can level up to this mannequin here, this other mannequin. Because here's the thing: even people who actually kind of know what they're doing and they're trying to teach you anatomy and how to draw from memory, they will always tell you to draw the mannequin. But guess what? They don't. They're not never for some reason. They're never telling you how to level up the mannequin. They're never telling you how to go from this point, how to overload it. It's like they're telling you, oh yeah, just lift the empty barbell, and they don't tell you how to add the weight or how to progressively overload it. So it's like you gotta know how to do this first, then move into this, then memorize like a more structured form like this one or this one. This is a good one too. This kind of what here because of the anatomy, right? So it's like you start to turn this box that is the easiest shape to draw into a more of a carved shape, so to speak. You turn this into like an underwear, and you can visualize it. The idea is that you can visualize it in any angle and you can draw it successfully. And you start to understand what is like the purpose of these shapes and why are they broken down in the way that they are. It's not mindlessly just copying this for the sake of it. It's actually understanding what is inside of these boxes. It's actually understanding, okay, inside of this box, we have the pelvis. This is the core that it can also be represented with like a cylinder, like I usually do. Here is the like the rib cage and the chest that is also connected to the back muscles, and this is the shoulder. Like you start to understand why things are where they are. So this is the like the spine. You start to overload it. You start to think, okay, the chest here is connected to the shoulders this way. That is also connected to the collarbone, and it's also like wrapping with the back around the rib cage like this, all the way down to the tailbone on the like the behind the on the back of the pelvis. And you start to like this type of notes that I'm kind of saying out loud. It's just mental notes that I'm saying to myself anytime I'm studying anatomy. So it's just a matter of telling or it's just a matter of saturating your brain with these mental notes. Well, I don't like the word saturating, but you get the point. Nourishing your brain with this mental notes and these mental images of like, okay, you break this down, figure out ways to contrast the information that you've already kind of know. Like, okay, imagine this is, I don't know, like I don't know if you've seen this fake suits or something like the like a skin like mask that they're kind of like you put on a like a face mask, and it also has like the whole chest thing. I don't know how to explain it. So here's also here's the core, and you start to understand, okay, this goes from simple anatomy to more complex anatomy, and you start to understand what the more detailed anatomy is like. You start to understand what things are the way they are. So this would be the rib cage. No, this would be the core, right? These two balls here would be part of like the core, the abdomen. Here would be the rib cage. This is where the rib cage would kind of like begin. And this is divided this way because of the curvature of the spine, and because also here's where the this would be like the obliques, the pelvic area. It doesn't have to be 100% perfect though. I'm probably saying a lot of like nonsense here. I'm not an anatomy professional. I mean, I go to the gym, so I kind of know what I'm talking about. I've seen my body in the mirror, so that develops you a little bit your mind. And it's like, okay, this is also like a singular shape that is wrapping around the rib cage. And then you have this underwear shape that has the shape of like the or may I say the pelvis has a bit of an underwear shape. So when I'm drawing like a pelvis, for example, I imagine that the person is wearing like underwear or like a thong. So I can visualize the line that like on the like the pelvis line and everything, the muscles. So you start taking these mental notes in your mind until you no longer have any mental questions, if that makes sense. Let's go back to drawing. Let's go back to Photoshop. Yeah, Sketchfab is also, it's like the website I showed you, but you have more variety of things. You have like infinite like 3D models of anything. So I use that as well. It's really useful. When the fuck did you start 3D? I'm not 3D modeling though. That was not my that was not my thing. So Sketchfab, let me explain you a little bit about I'm just gonna show you this thing again. Sketchfab and this other website are amazing for visualizing too and being able to rotate things. So yeah, you can basically, I didn't show you this, but if you go to like any, you can go to like any mannequin here, and you can move the limbs and change the poses however you want, which is really cool. So again, you have a level one mannequin, level one human here. This is level one human. Hello, and this is level 100. So this is the goal to achieve. You already know how to draw this in any angle. Now the goal is to draw this in any angle. And the more you practice, of course, the easier it will get. Um, what is the mindset goal that I want you guys to develop is visualizing this. Like I want you to imagine or to understand what I'm doing here. I am I have this human and I can rotate it. I can modify the position of the limbs, raise a leg if I wanted to, do whatever the hell I want with this guy, and visualize it from any eye level and any perspective. You should be able to do this in your mind. You should be able to achieve such a level of visual library that you're able to visualize this that I'm showing you here in your mind without any like of course it's not going to be as clear as I'm showing you here. It's probably going to be like 60% clear, or as my friend said, kind of like 60% opacity, right? That's like a good way to put it. 50% opacity. So you should be able to memorize this guy in your mind at 50% opacity from any perspective that you want. Let's say right now you're inside of my brain and we are visualizing this guy. And you're like and I'm like, okay, I go like I want to draw this guy from above the eye level. So what I do is I go a little bit like this. And I'm like, okay, I can visualize it like this. Now I want to go below the eye level. And it's like, okay, now I know how they interact, right? And it's harder to do this with like more complex shapes, of course, because of of how they work, because they have more organic shapes and everything. But yeah, the whole idea is that you should be able to do this in your mind. Hope that's useful. Hmm. Did you learn medical bone and muscle structure in the process of studying art? Yeah, a little bit. Like I know the muscles, and I know I'm not an expert though. I can fuck up a lot definitely. I don't ask me about the names of the bones or anything. I know very basic anatomy, but sometimes that's all you need. and it's like you keep simplifying things, or you first learn the simplifying things, and then you start to learn the smaller things, and the you know more detailed things are not as relevant as prevalent as as the rest of things. I think I went a little bit Jesus, too low with the pen pressure. You can learn things in a bit of a brain dead way, and that's fine. Whatever. Let's keep on drawing. Let's keep on practicing, guys. Maybe if I start with like the rib cage. So yeah, make your own mental notes of anatomy and all of the objects you study. This is why I personally don't like watching anatomy tutorials, because I just like taking these mental notes by myself. So I understand them more intuitively. But I guess you can have someone else break down the anatomy for you and give you these mental notes. You all study for that? Yeah. I mean, it is not only the human body that you have to study, it's every object, everything. If you want to draw everything, whatever object you want from imagination, you have to study the structure of that object, and it's no different. It's no different from a human body. It's the same thing. If you don't understand the anatomy of a person, obviously you won't be able to draw it accurately. And if you don't understand the anatomy of a motorcycle, you won't be able to draw it accurately either. Oh, there's a beautiful sunset, sunrise. I don't know if you guys can see it. What is this saying? Art history brush. How does this even work? What the hell? Hmm. Is that a mosquito? Jesus. Yeah, you don't. You probably don't need to know how the engine of a motorcycle works in order to draw it, but you can't deny that it is going to help a lot if you know how to do it. Because it's not the fact that you know how it works; it's the fact that you are so invested into knowing, understanding how the object in general works, that you are leaving less room for gibberish. So it's like imagine I used to have this question that I remember asking myself. I was asking some other artist, how much of what you're drawing is actually gibberish, or is you knowing what you're doing? So imagine there is this artist drawing like a motor engine, a motorcycle engine, and I ask him, okay, how much of this is gibberish? How much of these details that you're drawing in this motorcycle or this motor, this engine, how much of it is you actually knowing what you're doing, and how much of it is just gibberish details, just nonsense, just you trying to guess what it looks like with random details? And you'd be surprised. Of course, most artists like do that specifically. They try to fake it by filling in the gaps with gibberish and their what they already have in their visual library. But if you understand how it works and you do that with every object, you are going to become more knowledgeable and you're going to live less. There's going to be less room for gibberish and unnecessary like detail or anything. Yeah, but if you're not specializing in motorcycles, it's kind of knowledge that you would rather. make you burn out faster and improve your art skills. Well, I don't think that's true because in the end, your art skills come down to how much visual knowledge you have in your brain. Because when you say art skills, when you're past the point of knowing perspective, the only thing that's really left to do or to improve at is no longer perspective because you're already good at perspective, is understanding how things work, is memorizing the world basically. So I don't see this as a waste of time or something that you could be using in other skills because that is part like that is half of the work, if not 80% of what you gotta practice. Seeing things, understanding the details, how things work, understanding also, of course, the structure of things. But if you only memorize the structure of things and don't memorize the details, then I mean you can still have a pretty solid looking 3D space object movements going around, but you're not gonna be able to add details onto them, which is also a nice thing to do, to know how to do it, to know what details are worth adding to this and what details are worth not adding, maybe. So, really understanding something will also help you to memorize it even faster because you are like, it's the same thing with anatomy. Most people, honestly, go through life without paying attention to these things. They look at their body every single day and they don't know how it works. They don't observe the bones and how they kind of like the details and everything. They don't pay attention to that. So it's just a matter of reframing the way that you see things, that is doing the heavy lifting when it comes to your art skills rather than whatever other random fundamental. So I do think there's a lot of merit in studying this things. And of course, you don't have to study every single object there is, which wouldn't hurt at all. Of course, there will be a point where if you have been doing this for 50 years, you might as well know how to draw anything, right? Because you keep observing this in your daily life. But if you want to draw humans, you will prioritize the human structure, but you still have to memorize it and understand it. Or if you want to draw guns, you do the same thing with guns. And memorizing something takes a little long, but not really. It doesn't take like extremely long. It doesn't take you years or even months to memorize something and understand it. It may take you an entire day to fully understand how a gun works in all the parts and to be able to draw draw that properly if you really put some intention into it and you spend a good amount practicing that. So yeah, I think it's worth actually studying these things. Oh Jesus, why is this not working? Why is this not working? Oh, this really sucks. This sucks. This is not good. You know what? It You might be right. Analyzing uh, what something looks like to that extent may be boring for most people. Most artists will get bored and tired. And you know what? That is why there are so there are not many artists like Kim Jong Il, for example, who can draw these type of things from imagination, because nobody's really willing to put in the work to achieve that. Nobody's really willing to make that effort and suck it up, even if it's a little boring to study these things. So you may find it boring, but it is the way. It may be overwhelming for a beginner, probably, but it is how it is. Like it is the way that you do it. You can really change that. And when you try it, you know what? When you know perspective, this is something you realize when you know perspective and when you're already kind of good at it. Learning the anatomy of things becomes at least 5 times easier than if you don't know perspective, especially like the human body and organic things, even organic things. Otherwise, for a beginner who only, even a beginner who only wants to draw their OC, they're not going to improve if they don't practice anatomy, if they don't study that. And if they're okay being a mediocre artist who, okay, fair enough, you don't want to go through the difficult and tedious part of studying that is just observing how things work, then that is like on you. That is your problem. But I decided that I want to do that. I decided that I want to study things to the maximum capability. Testing was humanly possible to study, and then doing that. Mm. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing. If you are only going to study human bodies because you're only wanting to draw human bodies and nothing else at all, you can do it. But after a while, you're like, okay, I already know human anatomy very well. I want to draw some other stuff. I want to draw guns. And you start expanding yourself. Okay, I'm going to draw guns now. So it's not something that you will do once, but it's something that you will keep doing. I mean, fair enough. If you don't have to memorize what a, I don't know, what a tractor engine looks like, if you're not really wanting to draw that, or if you're not into drawing, I don't know, if you're never going to draw a racing car, if that's not what you want to draw, you don't have to do it. But if you want to draw or add more elements into whatever it is that you want to draw, well, then it's worth taking at least one day to study that. Because again, you'll get to a point, if you practice hard enough, where it's gonna feel boring. It's like, okay, yeah, I know how to draw this, but I want to draw more stuff. I want to expand myself. So you decide, you make the conscious decision to expand your range of things progressively, starting with the most important, which, in my opinion, as you said, is the human body, naturally. Because, yeah, the human body is something that you're always be going to be drawing. And that's why getting the right reference is also a skill. The right references are everywhere, by the way. It's not only you looking up a picture of a car engine and studying from that, which is really nice and you should do it, but it's also you going outside, and instead of going about your day normally in like a mindless way or scrolling on your phone, is to look at things. How many motorcycles do you pass by when you're walking in the morning? Probably like 20. Why don't you take the time to look at them and try to understand how they work? Especially if it's something that you're gonna be looking that you're going to be observing a lot in your daily life, that is something too prevalent that you can't escape it. And it's like you might as well at least know how it works, right? Even if you don't plan on studying a motorcycle, it's like you will eventually crave to do something new. You will eventually get bored of only drawing people, and you're like, okay, I want to add some stuff to this scenario with people in here. I want to draw like a stretcher if I'm going to draw like some people in like a fight or something. I want to know how to draw guns and how to draw knives or something. And you start to memorize. Okay, what type of knives there are? What type of guns? How do they work? Again, it is hard. I'm not telling you that it's not. This is why I'm doing these live streams and I'm streaming for 12 hours every single day, because it is hard, and I need some accountability. Look, I'm not that disciplined. If I try to sit down and draw for 12 hours just by myself, I'm gonna get distracted, and I'm probably not gonna get it done. So I have to do it like this. But that's the point. It's not only completely drawing from imagination, and not, you won't be able to come up with your own stuff if you haven't observed the world before. and like this. Uh, are you guys still drawing along? I have been mostly jumping throughout this live stream. Hmm. Yeah, it is important to think what you're gonna draw before you do it. I know I say a lot. I know I'm repeating myself too much when it comes to this, but it is something I actively forget to do, to practice. It is ridiculous. The reason why I'm saying this so much, like, if you see me repeating something so much, is because I fuck up a lot of that with the lines, with visualizing things. See what else I can find here. Sorry for the noise, by the way. Oh Jesus. I'll be back in a second. Going to close the blinds here. Yo, what's up, Piggy? Welcome. Oh shit. This is already a mess. Uh, if you mean for streaming, I'm trying to follow a schedule which is basically streaming at 3 a.m. until 3 p.m. So from 3 a.m. to 3 p.m., 12 hours. Um, After that, I don't really have much of a schedule, but I plan on doing this at least every week. I don't know if I'm gonna do this on weekends because it is a lot of time. 12 hours is a lot. So sometimes I want to go out. So I might take the weekends off. Not for drawing. I'm gonna still drawing, of course, but for streaming. Because if I'm gonna go out, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do streaming, of course, unless I begin streaming there in the bus or something. Yeah, it is a lot, but it is what it is. Oh, for the studies. You mean one day I study a certain thing and then I study another thing? Like today I'm studying anatomy and then tomorrow I'm studying car engines or something? This is also why I wanted to do this live to keep myself accountable if I'm going to follow a certain schedule like that because I'm always a little bit insecure sometimes. We all have this bullshit insecurities of I'm not very great at drawing this, so I'm kind of scared to draw a car engine because I'm kind of shit at drawing a car engine. But if you draw a car, look, if right now I spend the entire stream drawing a car engine, even if I suck at it at first, I'm gonna be an expert at drawing car engines by the end of this live stream. That is the magic about knowing how to do studies. And it's just like doing bicep curls, for example. For example, when you do bicep curls, your biceps get bigger, and when you stop doing bicep curls, what's gonna happen is that you're going to keep the muscle, but you're going to lose it progressively. So you gotta continue practicing and doing bicep curls, which in this case the bicep curls are just an analogy for observing and paying attention to how things work. And I'm jumping too much. I should be drawing more. I don't. really an expert at rambling. I guess I'm gonna be drawing car engines now. I can't escape it any longer. I can't continue. I need to stop, concealing my weaknesses and start to work on them. That is, in the end, that's part of the improvement and knowing. It's just knowing. I spat all over my screen. Being honest with your insecurities and just accept the fact that you will not be able to memorize everything, at least not yet. So go with the Peter Hand style. I don't know what that who that is, but yeah, I'm mostly drawing, of course. Today I just happen to be rambling a little bit more, but yeah, I guess that's just the natural. It's just my brain telling me to okay, stop doing this for a second. Obviously, you're not in the flow state yet, so you might as well take some time to rethink your life decisions. Gonna hop into Sketchfab and I'm gonna look up some some car engines or some motorcycle engines. Let's see. Oh, this is super laggy. Please, I hope this doesn't mess up with the messes up the live stream. Okay, it's definitely making this way laggier than it should. Why is it so laggy? Jesus Christ! It's lagging so much. Okay, it's better now. What is this? What the hell? I guess I'm just gonna keep drawing more people. I'm just gonna keep practicing anatomy for today. I don't think we're gonna be doing some other random stuff. Although I said I was gonna draw some cats, some animals maybe. Who knows? Because Jesus, whenever I open up like Sketchfab, it just makes my computer very laggy. Hmm. Well, that is a good question. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I draw without thinking out of muscle memory, but that is not a good thing. That is not a good habit at all, and I completely discourage it. You should always visualize what you're going to draw in your mind. Right now, I'm doing it. It's like if somebody asks you, "Oh, what are you drawing?" and you say, "I don't know. I don't know. I'm just drawing something, a person. I don't know what pose." You should always visualize the pose, even if you're gonna draw a very simple or small thing. You should always visualize it, mostly because of the habit, but because it's also going to be way easier. So, for example, if you're going to draw a cube, even a cube, like a very simple cube, visualize it. How are you going to draw it first? Visualize in your mind. Draw it in your mind first, if that makes sense, and then draw it on the canvas. And I guarantee you're going to have an easier time drawing anything. And you're going to be able to visualize it, um, be better at visualizing things. Yeah, no worries. It is it is indeed just a habit, man. I think it's one of the healthiest habits you can have as an artist. By the way, it's most of the time it's not even going to look like you wanted it to look. It's gonna get better over time, but you gotta like it's never going to look like the final image is not going to look like you imagined it, like in your mind. And you gotta think in the end, okay, it doesn't look exactly how I visualized it, and that's a good thing because that means that you at least visualize it, that you at least making an effort to visualize it. And when you get better at that, it's almost going to look like you're tracing images in your mind. Yeah. Yeah, we draw. This is what happens when we develop the habit of copying things. When we're drawing, we copy things without understanding them, and we just rely on muscle memory. And we're trying to replicate the poses that, or the things that we copied without really understanding it. So it's just in that, we're just copying lines basically. That, replicating the lines instead of the forms, if that makes sense. But if you want like a tip to get better at visualizing, just think of the poses or the scenarios that you've went through in the past. So if yesterday you went to the coffee shop with your friend, for example, you start to visualize the scene and you start to visualize, okay, what type of pose is this person making in this specific scenario, for example? Or if you're at the gym, for example, because you see people exercising and they are moving their bodies in a very dynamic way, so you have a lot of poses and a lot of weird angles and perspectives. So imagine someone squatting, for example, and you're like, okay, you start to visualize, you almost start to imagine yourself visualizing, or imagining yourself squatting and doing the pose that you are visualizing in your mind. Oh Jesus, I can't talk anymore. Um, my brain is not working. Probably need to sleep more. I don't think I'm sleeping enough. Yeah, bro. Good luck. Take some time. Don't feel bad if you're not able to get that in like the first attempts. This brush feels so ugly to use for some reason. Excuse me 1 second, guys. I'm going to download my own brushes from Patreon because I don't like the ones that I currently have, which are the same, but I don't know. I feel like the ones that I had were had a different settings or something. I think here. Yep, here. So I do this. Hello, what's up? Are tough. Jesus Christ, I went a little bit too far with the anatomy, I think. With I think I exaggerated a little too much. Again, it is important that you know that all the progress that you make happens in your mind. You can improve at drawing without even having to draw, really, just by observing stuff. I think this looks convincing. I kind of like this one, although the butt looks a little weird. There is no way on fucking earth that I don't improve. Like, this is me sealing my fate by doing these 12-hour streamings. It is just bound to happen. I'm starting I'm starting to hallucinate a little bit actually because of sleep deprivation. Jesus Christ. It's worth it though. I don't complain. I'm not complaining about it. It is completely holy shit. Shout out to the two people who are watching this now. Damn, nobody's watching this. Yo, bro, what's up? Finally, more people are joining. How you guys doing? We are four people now instead of two. Great. Let's go. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Guess that this would be the pelvis here. This would be the obliques. This would be the core, and here would be the rib cage. This live stream should be called Drawing Butts. Daily 12 hours of drawing butts. Because it seems like that's the only thing I'm doing. What is wrong with this brush? Jesus Christ. I think it's the nib of the pen. I'm gonna have to change it. Stinky farts. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna change the nib of my pen because I don't know what the fuck is going on. I think it's not responding properly. So I'm just gonna find another one. Be right back. I'm right back. Okay. Let's see if this works. I hope so. Brand new nib. Hopefully it responds better. I think it does. Alright. How the fuck do you draw any from this angle? What is that? I'm drawing butts, I think. Oh yeah, this is a fart. She's farting. She ate Taco Bell. Oh my god. I should have made it green, right? It would have read better as a fart. I like using red. What else can I draw? What angle can I draw? I know. Okay, there is a problem. I'm drawing butts right now, but there's not a lot of people coming on the stream. I'm confused. Isn't this supposed to be attracting more people? I'm genuinely confused. I'm worried. Starting to become worried. It's in the thumbnail too. I don't know. I don't know what's up with the. Let me actually check the live stream. There is an issue with YouTube and the color red for some reason. So whenever I paint or draw with the color red, it's I don't know if it's like the bitrate or something, but the quality just drops. It's not happening here, and it's also like fairly visible. But I don't know. Everything seems fine. The same thing happens with Instagram too. I like making paintings using only the color red, but whenever I post them on Instagram, the quality is absolutely horrendous. So it's like a compression thing. I don't know. Not very sure. Thank you. I know. Hot people recognize hot people. You're lucky I didn't start the stream without a shirt. I was gonna do the whole thing shirtless. I like this. I'm enjoying drawing this butts. So this is basically how you go for like the three people who are still watching my stream. This is how you go from the mannequins, these ugly mannequins, to actual butts, actual realistic anatomy. It is really cool. And here I still used the cubes as a bit of a guideline. Not because I really need them, but because, to kind of push my uh try to figure out interesting poses, I guess, by rotating it because I want to still practice a lot of random dynamic poses and everything. I think I've mastered anatomy already. No, of course not. But I'm feeling pretty confident now. And I'm trying to find my weak spots again, especially when you draw something from imagination so much, it's like from all the angles. There are some angles that are a little trickier for me than others, of course, and some parts that are a little bit harder to connect. Like for example, the the rib cage with the collarbone a little bit. So I'm still doing the egg shape kind of thing to like I'm drawing the kind of like the bone structure of the rib cage first instead of drawing the whole like chest and back depending on what perspective you're looking at it first. And it seems to work. It seems to be like a fairly good guideline. And right on top of the rib cage, I start drawing the neck, then the collarbones, and from that point, I keep building up the shoulders and the traps and everything and the arms. I think that's. I mean, I can identify it. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's like my weak point now. I guess being able to draw different type of body types now, like thinner body types. Although I don't hate the type of bodies that I'm drawing right now at all. Mm, I'm just gonna keep drawing. Let's go. Let's keep drawing. Let's keep drawing. Hmm. Thanks, bro. Actually, I'm surprised you have been stuck around for this long. Been around for this long. I respect the grind. I'm happy. People are. I'm successfully brainwashing people into drawing for 12 hours, like I am. So far, we have been drawing for 4 hours and 42 minutes, which I haven't done a lot of things for that. The amount of time that I have been drawing, I could have done a lot more. Honestly, yeah, that's great. Is the the stuff I've been saying earlier that I did. I'm always saying the same thing. The hard thing about drawing is to push your limits, to draw and to like give your full potential, right? Because the guy that was here for a while, hmm. Yeah, you know what? It's actually the same for me, honestly. Like I would draw for like 4 hours and like a little bit like ADHD distraction going on Instagram and changing the song on Spotify or something, and I wouldn't really be focused. But since I'm here, I'm live streaming, bro. I'm not going to, pause the stream to scroll on Instagram. So this forces me to stay accountable, and thankfully, um, does the same thing for you guys. But yeah, basically, forget what I was saying. Hmm. I'm not feeling so tired right now, even though I'm still sleep deprived. The first one was a little tougher, the first live stream, but I guess you build endurance with repetition. So far, we've been here for 4.5 hours, and I still want to. I don't mind if I don't draw like um, if if I don't use the whole 12 hours for drawing nonstop, because that I don't think that would be realistic to draw without stopping or without uh, looking at some reference or talking. Just drawing nonstop, that wouldn't be very sustainable. But it's better than not doing anything, because at least I'm staying here. I'm not switching tabs. I'm not ADHDing my way through like art or anything. I'm not opening my phone. I don't even have my phone around. I don't even think it's not even charged. It's like, you know, really fun anyways. Okay, what pose? Yeah, bro. You know what? I'm gonna do something. I'm going to let me see if I can overlay the stopwatch onto like the live stream because I want to take if I'm going to utilize like some of the time that I have for visualizing and actually taking the time to think what I'm going to draw before doing it, I might as well just show you the stopwatch because I want to take at least 1 minute per object or body that I'm going to draw. I don't think I'm articulating too well. I'm losing some eloquence here, but in short, 1 minute before drawing, just visualizing in your mind, drawing it in your mind first, creating the reference, and then doing it. And I would do this like it is annoying. It is a bit annoying, and you forget about it, but it is a great habit. Even if you're going to do something small, like say a cube, if you're going to draw a fucking box, you probably don't need to visualize it for an entire minute. But it's the habit, of taking the time of not thinking that. Because also, this is another thing when I'm drawing with people or when people are watching me draw. I used to draw faster because I was like, man, I don't want to waste these people's time. So I'm going to draw super fast or faster than normal, like intuitively, right? And that is not allowing me to visualize the thing for long enough and to make to establish my best rhythm for drawing, for making the lines and everything. I'm gonna stop japping and I'm going to turn this on. Again, I believe I can overlay it. 1 minute. Yep, I think I can. Let me do this real quick. No, I don't. I think I can't. Shit. Can I? Oh no. It's not letting me. Why? That is weird. Like I think I can overlay the entire like clock application, but no, I can't even do that. Why? Oh, I think I have to click on capture the application instead of the window. I think there's like a yep, yep, no. Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna do it anyways. So I'm going to sit in silence for like a minute. It's kind of like meditation in the sense that for a while you think, Jesus, I'm very bad at visualizing things. I'm very bad at creating mental images. But after some practice, after some days, after some weeks and months, you start to like the images start to show up with ease instead of feeling like you have to try super hard to create those images. I already know what I'm gonna be drawing. Like I didn't do the like the meditation thing, but it's crazy when you successfully manage to create a reference in your mind, an image, let's say a pose of someone sitting on a certain pose or in a certain position. When like you have the ability to take a mental screenshot, you have the ability to burn that image into your brain and remember it, even if you know if it's not a real image, if you just came up with the image, you can literally you can literally do that. Like when you're in the shower, you can close your eyes and you can come up with poses, with certain poses. If you remember the website I showed you before, where you can move the mannequins around and you can change the pose of the mannequin. You can do that in your mind and you can kind of screenshot that so you can use it for later. It is so cool the power that we have if we use our brains properly, and of course if we have a healthy brain and if we use it mindfully, right? Okay, here we go. Feels kind of goofy sitting like this, like I'm meditating. Yeah, you gotta take some time to burn the image in your brain. It's like cooking. You just have to cook it there for a while. It's like it most of the time that you're gonna visualize mostly is to visualize what pose you want or what the thing that you want to draw looks like. And after you know what you're going to draw, it's more like okay, you're cooking it, so the image becomes clearer in your mind, and you're more likely to remember it later. It's like taking like an actual screenshot. Imagine like taking a photo with like a Polaroid or something, and it's like it's printing, it's cooking, right? It's the same thing. It's like it's slowly revealing in your mind. Yeah. Okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. Like again, you will be able to visualize the image in your mind like with 60% opacity, and you will be able to replicate 60% of that. So it's kind of rough, but it's way better than nothing. I wonder if people who can't make mental imagery can train their minds to do that. I believe, I do believe they can. I think it's really rare that people don't see things in their minds. Because I used to think I wasn't able to see images. I used to think I had this like bullshit excuse, like mental thing, whatever, aphonia, whatever the name for that is, not being able to recall or to create images in your mind. But it's just that that's not true at all. Because when you're dreaming, you can see images in your mind, and you have that ability. Is an inherent part of your brain to be able to do that. And if you spend enough time meditating and connecting with that dimension, if you will, you're most likely going to see something, and you can train that to progressively see more clear images. Again, I know I'm more likely to see clear images before going to sleep when I'm still awake, but when I'm drifting off to sleep, when I'm drifting off, there are just some random images and random bullshit that comes, um, that shows up in my mind. Who knows? Who knows really? But it's worth training that part of your brain. Yeah. I have been reading Carl Jung, Carl Jung's books. I don't know if you know him, but the guy talks about he used to talk about like active imagination and stuff related to your dreams and to accessing the dimension of thought of like visual images, basically your unconscious. And I think that when you're not connected to your subconscious, to your unconscious, or to your this part of your mind, you're not connected enough, you will struggle to see things, or at least do it on command. Because again, I've seen people who claim to have this mental condition, but they say, "Oh, but I can dream. I can have dreams. I can see images in my dreams." So I believe it's possible. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that some people are better at this. Like, I have a friend who is better at visualizing things and that can see things in a better, higher quality. But it's something that you might as well train or at least think that it's possible, because just like in art, you don't really gain anything. It doesn't favor you to think that something is not possible. If you look at Kim Jong Il, for example, it is not going to serve you to think. It's not going to serve you. It's not going to help you to. You're not going to gain anything by saying, "Nope, this guy is cheating. This guy is tracing some reference or something." You know, this guy is cheating. That's not humanly possible to do that. Even if he is cheating, you don't gain anything by saying that it's not possible. You might as well believe it, because you know, if you think it's possible, at least you have broken the barrier of like your limiting beliefs. Because it sounds kind of corny to say, oh, if you believe then it's possible. You know, you have to believe it to make it. But that's how it works, basically. You first have to believe it's possible, so then you can achieve it. Otherwise you're cooked. You're gonna be cooked. So yeah, right now I'm drawing the image I was visualizing in my mind. So it's like this. Jesus, proportions, for fuck's sake. So yeah, I was visualizing this pose. I would say that I somewhat nailed it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy how I was able to translate it. So I would say this is like, in terms of accuracy, just so you guys have like a reference. This was like 90%. Because this is a very simple pose, but this is like 90% of like what I was imagining. 90% accuracy. And the more you know about an object, the more you will be able to fill in the gaps in your mind. Because I can't draw the fucking knee. I find knees particularly annoying to draw, if you ask me. Especially in angles like this, Jesus Christ. I refuse to draw it. Yeah. But, the knees are the same thing, or the same principles are applied to the knees like any other random anatomy part, where it's like you gotta first recognize that this is your weakness, and then you gotta look at it from as many angles as possible, understand why is it shaped the way it is, all of these random things. The bones that are under the muscle and the skin. And you can also visualize things progressively, I guess, or at least this is what I'm currently doing. So it's like I first visualize the this body from the pelvis down, and now I'm visualizing the rest. So like the rib cage and everything. Mm, so yeah, just the same way that, like I was saying about overloading the human body in terms of overloading the amount of details. You gotta imagine it as like a video game character. I like imagining like the human body as my own video game character, or like my knowledge of the human body as like my own video game character. So when you're starting out and you don't know too much about the anatomical details and the smaller things, you will visualize the mannequin, the basic mannequin. That's supposed to be level 1 mannequin. And of course, when you start progressively studying more and more and more, you will go from being able to draw the level 1 mannequin to being able to draw the level 50 mannequin or the level 100 mannequin, which at that point is like a super accurate human body. And you are able to draw that in any angle. And you'll get to a point where drawing the mannequin, the level 1 mannequin, is really easy. And progressively, the more you improve, the more you learn, and the more you study the human body, it's going to be the same level or roughly the same level of difficulty as drawing the level 1 mannequin. It's going to come off in the same like easy way, relaxed way where you're not really overthinking and you don't have to erase that much. And it's just like, yeah, I know what it looks like. I can draw it. I can visualize it better. And again, the reason why I'm streaming this for so long is because the what's going to dictate your improvement in your knowledge about the human body is studying and drawing it and observing it. And that is like you don't have like a cooldown. It's not like, it's not like going to the gym. I know I'm using this analogy a lot, but it's not like going to a gym where you can only train the same muscle 2 times a week. Otherwise, you're gonna get burnout and you may not even gain any muscle. You may decrease the muscle gains. But here in art, you don't really have a cooldown. It's like you can draw for however long you want, and you are going to learn like that. That is going to pay off. So I'm not scared of drawing for this long. Gonna take some time to just look at some references, and I'm gonna look at some references and I'm gonna try to draw that pose in my mind. And if I find it particularly challenging in some way, I'm going to draw it. Unfortunately, I can't show these references or anything because obviously they are not safe for work. But this is the unsexy part of drawing, honestly. Just looking at stuff and storing that in your mind consciously. It's not as exciting. It's not as visually amusing as actually drawing, both for you and other people. But seriously, this is most of the job. This is what's doing the heavy lifting. Oh shit, I stopped. Um, stop showing Photoshop. This is not loading. I can't see the stream. Jesus. Okay. Let's go back to drawing. Fuck. Jesus. I don't like this. I don't know if I'm going to. I'm gonna to. Uh, Jesus. I'm pretty tired. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to 12 hours. I hope so. I still got 6 hours left. Whoa. The sleepiness is catching up to me now. But I can't give up. I have to record some content. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, what's up? What's good? Um, I'm sleep deprived once again, and so I've been drawing for a while now, and I already want to kill myself. Here's some stuff I've been doing, some butts. First time I see your face. Yeah, you guys are not. You guys are not used to seeing my face. My face is not a secret though or anything. I've done a few videos with my face. You gotta get used to it. Uh, that's a hunting rifle. I still like when I was kind of obsessed with drawing guns a few months ago. I remember I was in my dad's apartment, and he had a like an airsoft hunting rifle. So I was looking at it, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's really cool." So this is my interpretation of it, because I don't forget what it look. I don't remember what it looks like. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Hello, hello, LB. LB. Thank you guys for joining. All right. I'll be here for another 6 hours if, in case you guys want to stick around. As if I can draw a gun, like a pistol. See if I remember how to do that. I'm fucking tired, Jesus. I gotta keep going. Okay, I'm so tired. I'm starting to draw a little mindlessly now. This was supposed to be a fucking arm, and it turned into a torso. This is turning into a torso for some reason, and it's making sense. Okay, I'm not sure if this is reading very well as a torso. It's probably too much anatomical gibberish going on here. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna pass out. Should I sleep for like 15 minutes? Should I do like what this fucking streamers do that they record themselves sleeping? I was joking. Of course, I'm not going to record myself sleeping. Just gonna watch that. Jesus, but I am. I'm a little tired, you know? Let's see. Drawing butts at this angle. Yeah, don't look at my face. Jesus Christ. I'm literally drawing with like an eye closed. I think this is my body wanting to like shut down. I think the left, my entire left part of my whole body is just shut down. There's this pose that is very tricky. Let me see if I can draw it. That doesn't sound good. What? What happened? Okay, I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna draw another pose. Bro, I gotta stay awake. I gotta survive the remaining 6 hours. Which, by the way, 12 hours was a bit of an arbitrary number for the live streams, but I ended up realizing that past the 12 hours, YouTube um, stops saving the recording. So it's like I recorded for a little longer than 12 hours the other day, and it didn't record like the last 10 minutes of it, like 15 minutes of it. So that's like the limit, anyways. Thankfully, YouTube gives you an option to download the live streams because if you go to any, I want to download the live stream so I can do like time lapses of the 12 hours. I can do like a short video of it of the whole live stream. But if YouTube didn't give me the option to download the whole thing, well, actually, I'm recording with OBS because also you can download it from YouTube, but is the quality is absolutely trash and you can't download it anywhere else. I was trying to download it on those websites that are like for downloading YouTube videos, like YouTube to MP4. Yeah, yeah. The live stream just gets cut cut off cut out. I didn't know that you had like a limit. I wonder if you had that limit in Twitch as well or something. Because I mean, I could still be recording. I guess the recording could have still went on, but it just wouldn't have saved the rest past that timestamp. Hello, Santiago. Really up to your drawing practice. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. What am I doing? Hmm. Have you tried doing a very low angle for shortening? I always mess up when it comes to drawing the length of the legs in that angle. I don't understand the low angle for shortening. Like low angle for I you mean like below the eye level? Like this is the eye level, right? This is the eye level. You mean looking at the leg in this case from below and like a low angle for shortening. So like something like this. Like if this is the leg, it would be something like this, right? Like that figure is getting shot. Sorry if I'm a little bit stupid right now. I'm just extremely sleep deprived. Jesus Christ, I don't think I can remain any remain awake any longer at this point. Talk to me, guys, so I can remain awake. Hmm. lot to talk about. I'm doing some homework. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, thank you. Like, I haven't been painting a lot of portraits lately. I should do more. I should do like a daily, like if I'm gonna do this daily live streams, I should do at least a bit of painting, I guess, like I did the last time. But if I try doing that right now, I can promise you, I'm gonna fall asleep. God, I don't know what I'm doing. This canvas is so ass. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of butthole in this canvas going on all around here. This isn't even the angle that I wanted to draw. I wanted to draw in a more like I wanted to draw the body in this angle. Where it's like pointing directly at you. What if you make a manga about gymnastics? Hmm, I don't know. I've never like I used to draw a lot of manga, a lot of anime. I don't do that anymore, but I don't think I can join that style either. Like an anime face. Can I draw an anime face? I don't think I can draw an anime face. Yeah, literally, I used to. That's the whole reason why I go into drawing, basically, because I like drawing anime girls. This is what an anime girl looks like with the hair and everything. how to draw this shit anymore. Yeah, yeah, they're pretty much like just a more roundish human face with a pointier chin and a thinner neck. Well, if you're drawing a girl, basically. If you're drawing, because you can have a male anime character with a ridiculously thick neck and like a more rectangular chin, I guess. Like this. Something like this, right? And it's like, wow. Kind of like Goku. That's a bit of the difference. So it's like, how do you draw like anime eyes? I have no idea. I forget. I completely forget. I used to be able to do this, but I'm not anymore. Hmm. Huge eyes. Is it true that all the guys who started drawing Dragon Ball characters when they were kids? Hmm. I never really like. I've watched Dragon Ball, but I never really liked it that much. It was like, yeah, it was really cool, but I wasn't really that hyped about it like other kids were. I never really understood the hype for it, so it was like, eh. I prefer drawing anime girls. Yeah, I never watched Naruto or like those mainstream anime shows like One Piece or something. So you can tell I'm very good at drawing anime. Uh, this fucking sucks. Yeah, and now you get like the bangs and the pointy like hairs and everything. I'm genuinely so tired. I'm honestly not even visualizing that hard anymore. I'm more like relying on muscle memory because if I close my eyes and try to visualize, I'm just gonna fall asleep. So I'm kind of trying to visualize with my eyes open. I hate drawing the butt from this angle. The eyes in the anime style stuff is so damn close to the ears. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the ears are like coming right from like this. If I'm gonna draw an anime face, the ears would be coming from like the chin, from like under the chin here. Wait, this is really ugly. Here. This is what I've seen people like drawing anime doing. The ear would be something like here, and then it's like the huge eyes. Here's my anime girl. Anime girl. She looks so kawaii. I've seen some artists leave space between the eyes and the ears. No clue, honestly. This is my somewhat actual attempt of an anime girl with massive honkers. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Trying to keep myself amused before for falling asleep. Mm, gas fire flames. The trick is on making the the head, even if you're drawing anime, because drawing is the anime style is tricky. You know why the anime style is so tricky, even more than realism? because it is 2D, but at the same time, if you want to draw it correctly, you have to use or to visualize it in 3D. Would you try to learn anime faces in the future? Yeah, I mean it's not hard. It's not hard. But I'll just have to look up like if I don't want to stick to my ugly anime style, my current ugly anime style, I'm gonna have to look at some artists who draw anime because there are some things that you get influence from other artists and some other things that are yours. For example, what things are yours and you don't necessarily have to look at other artists to learn or to study? Perspective. What is the thing that you may need to look at other artists to get inspiration and part of your style from? Things like the facial features, the stylization. So it's like the eyes. Okay, how does this artist draw the eyes? I'm gonna copy him, or I'm gonna copy this other guy, or this other guy. Because in this case, the eyes and the mouth and everything are more like stickers, right? These are things that are more reliant on style or solely reliant on style rather than any actual fundamental. And it's like the key for drawing even anime girls. Yeah, the angle in the S. So here's the thing. The reason why drawing anime is so hard is because even though anime is a 2D, like it is basically a cartoon, it's cartoony style in some way, it still requires you to visualize it in 3D. And my mistake when I was learning to draw anime, this is what I would do if I could go back, is that I didn't know perspective. So I was trying to apply the fundamentals, and this is why, by the way, the guidelines didn't make any fucking sense. Have you seen this shit? You know how to draw an anime face. You start with a circle, then you draw these lines, then you draw these other lines, and then you draw this. This is the worst. This gave me fucking nightmares when I was starting out. I had nightmares with this fucking face because I couldn't even draw the circle in the first place. No, this is not even Loomies. This is just like even if you're trying out Loomies, this is the thing. Even if you're trying to learn how to draw the face through Loomies, doing the Loomies method or doing any other fucking construction method, you are going to fail if you don't study perspective properly. You are going to fail miserably. There are so many things that are locked for you until you learn perspective. Once you learn perspective, you will have zero issues drawing a face again, basically. Now, the style in which you want to draw them, whether you want to start draw in a cartoony way or in an anime, realistic, whatever, that is different. That is another branch of learning, which is like the style. All right, just copy from another artist, whatever. That's fine, but it's different. But the fundamental foundation of all of that is perspective. It's always going to be perspective. The thing is, it doesn't. Yeah, yeah, it is important to visualize the anime phase in 3D. It's not even Loomies. Like this shit is not even like Loomies. It defeats the point of the Loomies method or any other construction method. It is completely pointless, especially because this is making you overthink about your lines instead of the actual 3D shape. I could ramble on for hours for the remaining 6 hours that I have for the live stream about how um, wrong this is. The low poly 3D models are great. Yeah, the low poly 3D models are great for painting and for drawing. Yeah, they're also good for drawing. Although you can get as simple as just drawing a box and that's it. That's the easy way of drawing a face. Or you can you can either draw a box, you can either draw a box and it's gonna be like, whoa, okay. Fairly easy. This could represent anything, but we'll make it represent the face. Why is a box so effective even for drawing faces? Because of the perspective. The perspective is very straightforward. You don't. It's completely like you don't have any or organic shapes or anything, so you can see all the angles here. And it's like you have your face. I made this too long, but whatever. It doesn't matter. The ear is gonna be here. Great, fantastic. And now you can also, of course, draw an actual head. Wait, this is an ugly head. Jesus, what's wrong with the tablet? I might as well do it like this. Look, you can just draw a box, and that's gonna make it easier for you to draw a face inside, a head, basically it. And then when you start to look at a face like this, then the Loomis method starts to make a little bit more sense. What do you mean you miss the movement? I mean, the only thing I could recommend you about that is to not erase your lines, just draw them like that. Draw them, the boxes in one go, like this. If they look stiff, I bet it's because you're control seeing too much. Because you're worrying about the lines too much instead of not giving a shit. Just gotta stop caring about your lines. Now, if you, with your permission, I'm going to continue drawing as drawing butts, drawing butt cheeks. The fucking like light panel on my right side is not helping me at all. Oh well, it's probably doing some work to keep me awake because if I turn it off, even though it's absolutely flash banging me, it's Jesus, it's making me so tired. I don't know if I should turn it off or should leave it like that because you're not gonna be able to see me anyways. I'm using my webcam's camera, so if I no, it's called sleeping 3 hours because I woke up at 3 a.m. to record this to make this live stream. That's what it's called. I take the blame. I should have gone to bed earlier, but excuse. Insert any random excuse. Bro, I'm practicing anatomy. Why do you mean why so much yet? I would even argue there is not enough. There's not nearly enough yet as there should be. You take some breaks. Um, like I'm not doing it nonstop. Like I'm taking some breaks, like right now, to yap a little bit and not look at the screen too much. No, like it's been almost 7 hours so far, but I wouldn't really. I don't give a shit. Like I can endure it. I don't mind it. Like if I had to go drink something and go to the bathroom or whatever, but I can't really control being this drowsy. If I rest my eyes for a bit, I'm gonna fall asleep until evening time. ASMR break. I don't think I probably need to take more care of my productivity when I'm doing these live streams because I haven't been drawing so much either. Like for the amount of time that I have been here drawing, could have probably done some more things. I like this canvas a lot. I'm trying to find a balance in between the mannequins and the realistic, full detail, complex bodies. Like I don't draw the mannequins because I'm lazy or because I can't draw anatomy, but I'm just trying to find a balance. I don't know. I think both are really valuable. Yeah, no particular reason. Yeah, I like the lines, bro. The lines look very nice. Yeah, the lines. Can I draw some more? Maybe I can draw one right below this. Right under the There's lines. Lines are not real. The only thing that is real is the shapes and the boxes. I think I'm fully convinced something inside of your mind changes when you start to look at drawing instead of lines, boxes. Imagine that again, drawing is just creating boxes. It's not creating lines, it's not drawing lines or putting lines on the canvas. It's not about the lines, it's about the boxes that you create with those lines. It's about using the lines as a vehicle to create the boxes. Because if you are only relying on lines and you try to draw with lines and you try to make the lines the protagonist of drawing, it's going to suck. Mm, Many people recommend painting the canvas a bit gray so you're not staring at a full white canvas. Um, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I always draw on a white canvas because whatever. It does a nice contrast with the brush, with the color. I I can turn on the blue eye filter in my monitor, by the way, and that should do something so I don't burn my eyes. But I still have the light panel here on my right, so it's pointing directly at my eyes. I mean, the blue eye filter isn't it the same thing? I mean, if I turn it on, you're not gonna be able to see it. But let me do it anyway, to see if it does something. I usually don't turn it on. Yeah, it just makes the whole screen more. It lowers the brightness a little bit and it makes it more like orange, just a tiny bit, like more yellowish. It's not like the Windows blue eye filter that makes the whole thing super red, but this makes it like yellowish. Actually, let me see if I can turn on, if I can turn off the this thing. Let's see if I can turn it off. Can you still see me? Guess I'll be stay like this for now because it's easier on my eyes, even though you can't see me properly. But okay, I have the light filter, blue light filter on. Again, I'm not used to turning this shit on because usually when I'm painting, this completely messes with the values and the saturation. So it's a bit horrible, especially when I want to draw on, when I want to do some painting at night. I just have to accept the fact that I'm gonna fuck up my sleep with the blue light. Hmm. Jesus. Do not, please do not do what I'm doing. Do not sleep deprive yourself for doing stupid shit like I'm doing here. Seriously, it's not worth it. It's not worth, like, your brain will not function at its best when you're sleep deprived. So I am the idiot here. I learned my lesson. I'm going to bed early from now on. Yeah. Not even 4 hours, bro, because you get you are not even completely asleep in those 4 hours that you are in bed, because you will randomly wake up in the middle of the night, in the middle of those 4 hours, or of course it's gonna take you a while to fall asleep in the first place. I just gonna try more butts. I don't know what the fucking tablet is so weird. It's not cooperating. And this is now it's getting slow. It's getting laggy this thing. Okay. You can do it. Hmm. Mm. Have you tried deconstructing a reference, like tracing over, but consciously and for practicing purposes? Um, I think so. think we could do that. Let's see. I have a photo here. Wait. Hopefully this isn't showing anything sus. Sorry guys, I just don't want my channel to be perma-banned by YouTube. You can see 1 pixel of D. Okay. Fixed it now. This is from the website I was talking about earlier. Sketchfab. No, not Sketchfab. I mean Sketch Daily. For what purpose would you deconstruct a reference? Or like, because look, you can. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a little bit redundant at this point. Like once you understand how to average or the anatomy into boxes, I don't think there is like a good reason to do that. Maybe if you want to trace like the skeleton or something, so he would be like the rib cage. Something like this, right? Nah, shit. I don't know what I'm doing. Structure. I mean, you can you can see the structure still. It is just a box, basically. The head is also another box. I mean, personally, I think this is a little bit redundant, but it may help you. You're a beginner, who knows? Something like this, right? I don't I don't fully know what you mean by movement, but I don't think that would be worth it. I don't think that's even worth. You mean like some sort of what is it called? Like doing this, like the this thing what people do to kind of like sketch very quickly. I don't like doing this personally. Oh yeah, gesture drawings. I personally don't like doing gesture drawings. I mean, this is just my personal opinion. I don't think that's particularly beneficial. Aside from like in comparison to the boxes and the construction, like learning how to. God, I'm getting so tired. If I could only draw for like 15 minutes, sleep for like 15 minutes. I was supposed to. I see a nice C shape going through that man's back right arm. Right arm. You mean like the like this? I don't know. I personally don't think it's really useful. If it works for you, if you feel like it works for you, um, then obviously keep doing it. Like the reason why I'm not giving you like a full like serious opinion on this is because I really haven't done it. But I've seen a bunch of people who do like figure drawings, do like gestures, and I don't really see the point. They look okay. The lines look very energetic, but I feel like that's missing the point a little bit of drawing because you're not trying to replicate the pose one on one with the same eye level. You're trying to understand why things are the way they are. You're trying to understand the boxes. The reason why we break this in boxes is so we can then rotate them. I can probably do that. So it's like you should be able to look at this and draw it in a different angle. Like, your voice thrown out from the mic. From the mic. Yeah, that's because of the noise suppression. That's because there's so much noise outside that I have to turn the shit on, and it makes my voice a little sound a little weird sometimes. Fuck. You can soundproof your room with sponge. No, I can't. No, I can't because I have a fucking panoramic window that covers like the entirety of my wall, and that makes the noise seep in very effectively, right? Even if I close the windows, that's the reason why my there's so much noise where I live. So you have I'm trying my best. I'm sorry. I'm spending all of my brain points on working this this guy here, trying to make this guy out of boxes. Hello, Real art. Real art. I don't know how to spell that. How to pronounce it. As always, I'm gonna pretend that I know what I'm doing. Just kidding. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not easy. I'm not gonna disappoint. I can't. So it's gonna be something like this. Thank you. Is the mic too low? Wait. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. Blame it on my neighbors, not me. Can you hear me better now? Can you guys hear me? Why did nobody tell me that before? 7 hours and nobody told me my microphone was low. Is it? Okay, I'm going to increase the volume a little bit. I'm going to increase the gain, but it's going to increase the outside noise a little bit as well. So let me know. Let me know if you can hear me better. I increased it a little. Let me know, guys. Thank you so much. Hmm. So as I was saying, the idea is that you're able to see the boxes, so you can then replicate this in whatever angle you want because you already know the structure of the object, which is something you won't really be able to do with doing gestures. Let's do something, alright? I'm going to be back in 15 minutes. I'm gonna sleep in my desk. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep in my desk for a few minutes, and I wake up and I continue the live stream. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be absolutely fried. Yeah, what's up, Senji? What's going on? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this here so people join. I'm gonna use this as clickbait. Draw like a sleeping pose. Ah, Jesus Christ! I don't think I'm. I don't think I can. I'm just gonna. There we go. You guys keep drawing while I'm gonna take a quick nap. Oh yeah, I actually should clarify that. I'm not actually going to like sleep. I'm going to take a nap. There we go. That's it. I'm just gonna sleep on my desk for a moment. See you in a minute, guys. See you in a minute. Hello, everyone. What's up? Is there anyone here? Oh my god. I took a nap for like 30 minutes. Ah, Jesus. Thank you for staying around. I'm getting up for another 10 minutes. Wanted to just wanted to make that announcement, guys. Oh my god. Yeah, I took some fucking rest. I actually feel like shit a little bit. I'm ready. I'm ready to continue after God knows how long. Probably like a few hours. Honestly, I don't think I will. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm gonna. I know I'm a piece of shit. I should. I should be working for another 3 hours, but Jesus Christ, the if I continue, I'm already going to mess up my schedule, and I'll probably continue sleep deprived for the. I'm probably going to still sleep deprived for the rest of the live streams. But I'll still be drawing for another like 3 hours, 3.5 hours. We'll see. We'll see. Really, Jesus Christ. Ooh. If I were you, I would put Proco tutorial playlist as ASMR to sleep, so you actually learn while sleeping. What I do, what my brain does, is that before going to sleep, my brain starts to visualize images, almost like a screensaver. I start to draw in my mind, if that makes sense. My brain has its own screensaver. It's just visualizing things and drawing to the point where I have to like to the point that I have to say no, 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 please, 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 go to sleep now. I don't want to spend another 30 minutes trying to go to sleep here. I really had to take that nap. I had no choice. I thought I was gonna take less time, but yeah, here we are. What can I draw now? I was drawing butts. I think I know what I'm gonna draw. Like I have been drawing. I have been drawing. I never watched that. I don't really watch Netflix or anything, but it doesn't sound crazy. Like these things are more mental than anything, really. I think it's the same thing with music, even to some extent, but I'm not sure how you would do it. Hmm. Okay, I'm just going to continue study anatomy, but I'm gonna do it in a more organized fashion. So here's what I'm gonna do. If I have a 1 second, please. Okay, so Oh my god. I was drawing the human body from the pelvis down, so I'm going to just draw the human body um, by sections. I don't know why. I don't think that's a particularly good idea, but do you have 3D models references for anatomy? Um, I'm not using reference right now, but yeah, I whenever I want to learn anatomy or answer myself some questions, I go onto this website called Post My Art or Sketchfab. But Post My Art is more interactive. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, I'm gonna be studying anatomy like this. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Yo, bro, what's up? I'm awake from my slumber. Finally awake. Mm. You know what? I don't know what's wrong with the. I don't know what's wrong with the tablet since I changed the settings here because I did change a bunch of settings and I had to restart the whole computer. But it's feeling so uncomfortable now. I don't know. Have you ever watched Kim Jong Il's masterclasses on YouTube? Yeah, yeah, I have, and they are really useful. Although you get to a point where you don't feel like you need to watch more art videos or art tutorials. It's like everything just. I still do it, by the way. I still watch Kim Jong Il's video classes. You know, just for the sake of repetition, just for the sake of kind of brainwashing myself. I think that's the only reason why it's worth looking at those beat. Like no offense to him, but he doesn't know how to explain shit. He just draws and explains you to understand what's going on, which is fine, by the way. Like you don't have to expect you don't have to expect because people watch speed paintings and art tutorials thinking that watching the person they're gonna learn anything from that. When in reality, not really. You don't really learn much from looking at someone's art. Maybe if you're trying to see their rhythm, their tempo when they're drawing, or I feel like I'm jumping too much again. So yeah, that's true. I don't think most art tutorials like they're not only focused towards beginners, but they're always really bad because they don't know how to explain things and they focus their tutorials to the type of people who want an instant solution, to the type of people who just want to be good at drawing and are not really willing to put in the work to get to there. You know, so it's like yeah, just tell me this is a solution and I'll do it. I'm gonna modify this brush a little bit. Can I? How do I do that? Brush settings here. Hmm. How the hell do I change this spacing? Okay, I'm trying to calibrate this thing. I just increased the sensibility a little by accident. I don't know if I'm liking it or not. It's probably going to be something a little annoying. Let's see. What about this? You usually draw with around 4 to 8. I don't have the smoothing enabled or anything. I don't like having the smoothing enabled. I haven't slept as well. No, I did sleep for a while. At least I'm a little bit more functional now. My brain is actually working better. My brain is responding at least. Mm, right now I'm trying to configure my. Trying to see if this is good. Calibrating my pen. Another 12, 12 psychotic, but respectable. Yeah, bro, I have barely slept. I had to literally pause the stream so I could sleep a little. was it? Testing Test running your endurance by doing the average shift length of a Mappa animator. I don't know what it's Mappa. How many hours? Bro, I'm drawing for 12 hours and I'm fried already. I'm absolutely cooked. I don't know. I have no idea. Mhm. Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm trying to do this every day. This is why I'm live streaming it, so I get some accountability. Because I want to grow as an artist. This is literally the only reasonable solution to that problem. Yeah. Yeah, it is very possible. If it is humanly possible, that means I can do it too. And if someone is doing it, then why not me? If there is someone out there that is going to draw for 12 hours a day, why not be me? That's what I always think about. Knowing something's possible to do on your own makes it easier to push forward. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You first have to think that it's possible. You have to believe it. Then you have to work towards it. I particularly hate the art community sometimes because they're the first ones to tell you, no, don't grind so hard. Don't work harder than me. You're gonna get burnout. It's always that stupid word, burnout, that pisses me off so much. I'm fully convinced burnout is just a psyop. Burnout is not real. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Like, people already spend an unholy amount of time wasting their lives and consuming content, scrolling on social media or playing video games. I know I used to play video games for 12 hours a day, but that seems normal for some reason. But drawing for 12 hours a day, nope. Be careful. Don't get so good at drawing. Yeah, but you can still manage your life in a healthy way. I'm doing this voluntarily, and I still I organize my schedule in a way that after doing this, I am able to go outside. I'm able to talk to people. I'm able to eat healthy. I'm able to exercise, and I'm able to have, if I follow the fucking routine, right? Not like unlike today that I kind of fucked up. I should be able to get 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours, and still be able to draw for most of the day and also be healthy, healthier than 99% of people, and also really fulfilled because look, when you really like making art, it doesn't feel like stress. It's not. It doesn't. Especially when you know how to progress so fast in drawing, you start to see this as an actual video game. You know exactly how to level up, and it's just so easy and so enjoyable. 30-minute tops on social media every day. You mean 30-minute screen time? I mean, the more you get rid of all these bullshit activities, they're just a distraction. The more, not only time, but like brain energy you will have to allocate onto your goals. At this point, it's not only about not even the time, but how much this is ingrained into your mind. How much does this prevail? Yeah, people usually once they get jobs, even if you have a job, you can still find a way around it. If you want it bad enough, you will figure it out. You will find a way of working towards your goals no matter what. No matter who gets on the way, you will always prioritize yourself, your ambition. What do you mean you don't have a proper setup? Like you literally just need a pen and a piece of paper. That's the thing. If you want it bad enough, you will even draw in your mind, bro. You can literally draw in your mind. You don't even have to have like a setup. You can literally draw in Microsoft Paint with a mouse. Yeah, you know what? I went on vacation a few months ago, like 1 2 months ago, and I spent most of that time drawing, just grinding. I don't even have my own room right now. That is an excuse. That's an excuse, man. You can literally draw. Like, who cares? When I was on vacation, I was staying at my dad's apartment and I didn't have my own room. I was drawing. He gave me his desk, and I was drawing all day on his desk. That's the thing. That's the hard thing that people have to understand. It's not that it's hard. It's that you just don't want it bad enough. You have to ask yourself, do I want this thing bad enough? Do I want it enough that I'm willing to sacrifice? I'm actually willing to make myself vulnerable and be honest with myself. If the answer is no, it's like a cool achievement, like a cool goal that I have, like a nice hobby, but it's not really something that I want to get too serious about, then it's like, all right, then it's not your thing. I mean, you develop that mindset. You develop this certainty by doing the hard work. It took me years, man. It is a matter of first, detoxing yourself from the bad habits and just being honest with yourself in general. This is just how I treat myself. Like, to be honest, I'm not expecting this. I'm not. My goal is not to give the same treatment to other people who are not aligned with art the same way that I am. So I'm not telling you this as an offense or anything, but maybe art is not for you. Maybe drawing is not your thing if you're not willing to sacrifice enough. And I'm not saying again this is as an insult or anything, because there are some other things that, for example, I do not, as much as I like, I know for a fact they're not just the thing I want to stuck with for the rest of my life, or things that I'm not willing to sacrifice enough, that I don't like enough for me to make that sacrifice. Like, I tried playing guitar, and as much as I love playing guitar, I'm like, okay, I'm not willing to sacrifice drawing for this. I could be amazing at playing guitar, but I'm not willing to sacrifice the other things because this is more important to me. So it makes me a little bit, it makes me feel a little shitty to say, yeah, I don't want to be a great guitar player. I don't want it bad enough. But it's just the truth. Maybe you want something else in life because that is your brain, that is your soul telling you, hey, if like I don't want to do this, right? That friction, that procrastination, if you will, or so, like whatever thing is stopping you from grinding and achieving your goals, pursuing this, it's just your soul telling you, hey, I don't really want to do this. It's your mind putting on resistance because it doesn't feel right to pursue this specific thing. But when you find something that is aligned with you, with whatever feels real to you and purposeful, you're not gonna have to battle or force your brain into wanting to do this thing. It's like you can do the thing for 12 hours a day and it's gonna feel like it's nothing. Yeah. So I just want to say that my goal with these live streams is not to say every single person should be drawing for 12 hours a day, should be copying me. Because I know a lot of people aren't willing to do that, and that's fine. That's what separates the people who are great from the people who are not. That's what makes the 1% of people who are actually willing to put in the work extra special, that they want it bad enough, that they're willing to sacrifice their comfort, They're willing to sacrifice their comfort for their goals. And it's fine. It's fine if the rest, the 99% of people don't want to do that. But you have the option. The option is there and it's free. It's not going anywhere. And if it's not art for you, then it's another thing. Maybe the thing that's calling you is not art, but it's music. And you gotta ask yourself the same question: are you doing everything that is in your control to work towards that goal, to work towards your purpose? Because most people are not. Mm, yeah, right. That's fine. Did you know that Kim Jong Gi started drawing since he was like 3, 4 years old? I mean, we look up to those people, but we don't see the work that's behind. The idea is not to waste. It's not to wait until you're 50 to start working towards your goals, because you can do it right now. And it's not even because you're not gonna be good. It's because you are going to feel miserable. You're going to feel bad with yourself because your life is going to feel empty. And I'm telling you this because I've lived this, right? I had this exact same feeling. Your life is going to feel empty and you're going to try to fill the void of not having a purpose with bad habits, with addictions, because you feel like your life lacks meaning. You got to start living to your potential right away. I don't know how to feel about this brush. Holy shit. mm. How about you draw a clean bottle for a challenge? What is it? Yeah, everything is against you. Like the entire world is expecting you to. I see all of these distractions as just a test for your character. Yeah. What else can I do? Let's see. I have no privacy in what I draw. Bro, look at what I'm currently doing right now. I'm doing a live stream and I'm drawing a bunch of butts. I'm drawing a bunch of whatever the hell I want, really. And people are looking at that. And, that's a valid fear or insecurity. And that is personally what has prevented me from making these live streams in the past. But guess what? I had to get over myself. I had to say, okay, it's either I either live in fear for my entire life without being able to do what I want because of what other people will think about it, or I do it anyways. It's about drawing without getting disowned my parents. Jesus, what are you drawing? What are you drawing that your parents are going to disown you? I mean, I don't know. Figure it out. Go draw, or Go draw in the bathroom or something. Lock yourself in the bathroom and start drawing there. Draw at night when nobody is looking at you. Whatever. You gotta figure it out. You either figure it out or suck it up. Sorry, fanboy feet, maybe. Find a way around it. What is wrong with me? I'm drawing so... I don't know, my workflow feels so strange. I have to... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna draw in magma for a while. Just because I don't know what else to do, really. Hopefully the brushes work better there or something. Because this is really throwing me off a little bit. And I also wanna kinda wanna try magma now. So that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna do... Try drawing cloth drapes on a shape. That is a good challenge. I'll try that in a moment. Let me calibrate this first. Okay, I need to share the thing here. Please. Please. Okay. We good? We good? Can you guys see the magnet screen here? Looking a little bit too pixelated, I think. It's a little slow. I don't know why it's kind of slow here. It's a little bit of delay. Let's see, I'm gonna use this brush. Chalky, this brush. Not sure if I like this better or worse in Photoshop. I have ADHD, I know. Well, I actually don't, but I'm fucking stupid when it comes to sticking to one thing and not changing stuff around. How do I share this again? Okay, this is lagging. Thank you so much. Can you not lag? I would appreciate it. Cloth drapes in a shape. Yes, I could. Guess I can do that. Ah, Jesus. I'm actually shit at drawing folds. I don't know what I'm doing. It's all about tension points. Let's see, so yeah, I fucking hate drawing like clothing. I find I find it particularly annoying to have having to memorize what clothes look like a variety of outfits and clothes. I mean, there's something of course I have to practice as well. That's the whole that's part of learning anatomy almost. You know, because everyone is going to be wearing a shirt most of the time, and also how like folds work. It's like you gotta have integrated, you know, kind of understanding the physics of how these things work. Mm, howdy. What's up, Doyle? Doyleiki team? Hmm. Yeah, drawing torsos. I may not be focused enough. Hello, what's up? How are we, people? Okay, this brush is lagging. Okay, do this a second. Okay,